2025, we are resuming the hearing in the matter of Mbenenge and Mbenenge.
Thank you, Chair. We are ready to proceed. However, I just want to place on record that there has been parties involved in threats and counter threats. Both are parties to this tribunal, but I don't think it's necessary for us to go into the details. There has been a criminal case has been opened with SAPS, and they are investigating it. So I'm just informing the tribunal that there has been threats and counter threats, notifying you, but I don't think it's necessary for us to go into details of those threats.
Yes, to put it more accurately, as we receive it, there are allegations of threats and counter threats.
That is correct, Chair. And then there was just a preliminary factor that needed to be dealt with. There is a question whether or not the complainant's legal representatives are allowed to ask questions and cross-examine witnesses, and the chair indicated that a ruling will be made today on that.
Yes, there's been some indication from the respondents legal representatives that they are not comfortable with that.
That is
I
correct, Chair.
don't know whether the person who requested that process will actually investigate that. We have to make a ruling.
Second, Chair.
I don't know whether there is persistence by anybody, especially advocate defender, whether they want to cross-examine the respondent and the respondent's witnesses. A thing which is being opposed by the respondent's legal representatives. Is there persistence with that request for the we have noted that the respondents' legal representatives do not want that. Do we have to make a ruling, or you have to simply persist and we have to make a ruling to that?
Oh, I understand. Chair, we persist in our request to be allowed to question any witnesses that could appear before this tribunal.
In terms of interview.
In terms of the Act, which allows this tribunal to govern its own process, determine its own process, and also in terms of a precedent that has been set in judicial conduct tribunal hearings, such as the Hlope hearing. There's a ruling of the Hlope hearing in which this specific issue is dealt with. I'm afraid I only found it last night, and I don't have copies, but I can make that available. And in that ruling, it specifically says, at paragraph 60, I have it in front of me, that as for the participation of counsel for the justices of the Constitutional Court in the tribunal, suffice it to say this: those whom they represent are complainants. Their participation and them being represented by counsel has been accepted since 2009. The ruling goes on. I'm happy to make it available to the tribunal and to my colleagues, and I apologize for not having copies of it. But Chair, I would submit that the practice has been developed in this tribunal to allow complainants' representatives to question witnesses. It would be extraordinary, I would submit, to um, preclude us from questioning the respondents' witnesses. But of course, it's for this tribunal to determine its process, and we will, of course, follow your ruling in that regard.
You see, we looked at this situation. You see, the Act says the respondent is entitled to be legally represented, but it does not say the respondent is entitled. Sorry, it does not say the complainant is entitled to legal representation. We allowed that. I guess it became in the exercise of discretion. The rule gives the respondent the right to cross-examine witnesses to the complainant. but they don't give the complainant the right to cross-examine the respondent and respondent's witnesses. The rules don't provide. So why should we do that? Maybe you might want to, if you want to make a more formal application, you'll have to do that. If the attitude is also still that they are not comfortable with the complainant cross-examining the respondent.
Yes, Chair.
Rule 7 only gives the respondent the right to cross-examine witnesses, but not the complainant. It says it is the leader of evidence who should cross-examine the complainant, sorry, the respondent and the respondent's witnesses. So if you want to do that, you have to show us the authority and the basis. And then, as I guess, uh, I guess you had me. So both counsel must prepare that sort of thing to address us on the issue.
Can I just make 100% sure that I understand you correctly, Chair? Should we wish to question the respondent's witnesses, we would need to make a formal application to do so.
Yes, because in terms of the rules, we are not entitled to
Yes,
do that.
and would the tribunal require formal written application, not on an application from me on my feet, for example? No.
I don't know whichever you think is best. Just Victoria is suggesting that you have to do that, even
Yes.
with the aids of argument. But as to when you're going to do that, you need to discuss that.
Yes,
Because-
we will certainly do that, and we will. I'm so sorry, the mics appear to be going on and off, but
Yeah.
we will certainly make a formal written application. We'll try and do it so that as soon as proceedings are finished today, we will work on that and try and get that to our opponents in the tribunal as soon as we can tonight.
Yes, for us not to hear from Advocate Sikakar. Thank you.
Proceed. I have Ms. Lisa Vetten that's going to testify. She's already ready to continue.
Your full name, please. Yeah.
Lisa Ann May Vetten.
Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
I don't.
You say that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth. And if so, would you please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out if it's necessary for us to go through all her expertise, or can we accept her CV as being handed in volume 5, the continuation of volume 5, pages 862 to 867, or must the witness go through all her expertise?
I think the question is directed to Advocate Sikakani.
I think they can continue. We don't have to read this. I think everyone knows. I think we won't take issue with that. I think we can continue to the substance.
Thank you. It is noted.
Let me get to the
Chair, then we can go to page 897 of volume 5, the continuation of volume 5. That is the summary of evidence.
Chair. Oh, now it works. I thought my mic wasn't working. It's not working.
I see they are busy trying to fix the sound. It looks like the sound is now better. They gave me the thumbs up. Thank you, Ms. Vetten. So you don't have to go through all your expertise and your qualifications. Maybe we should just start at how you received this brief and what was the mandate for you preparing a report for this tribunal?
Well, I was contacted by yourself as the evidence leader to go through the record, and in order to give an opinion as to the nature of the relations and was there a power asymmetry or a power imbalance between the two parties. And given my experience in sexual harassment, to just go through what I had observed through the record that was given to me.
Maybe just give us a short summary of why your expertise are relevant and which makes you an expert to provide this opinion in this tribunal where we are dealing with a sexual harassment matter.
Certainly. So between 1996 and 1998, I worked for the Sexual Harassment Education Project. And our work was specifically with COSATU and its various affiliates in terms of educating around sexual harassment. And at that point in time, SHEP was also working with COSATU to develop the then Code of Good Practice on the handling of sexual harassment matters. Thereafter, as a basis of that experience, I offered expert testimony and some disciplinary inquiries. But most recently, in 2017, I was appointed the technical assistant to what was then the Higher Education AIDS Project to develop the first draft of the policy around gender-based violence, including sexual harassment and other forms of violence in post-school education and training facilities. So I developed the first draft of that, which was then handed over to the Department of Higher Education and Training, and then obviously it then went through the various consultation processes in government, and it became policy in 2020. I also sat on the ministerial task team appointed by Dr. Naledi Pandor when she was still the Minister of Higher Education, and with a range of 11 other people, we assisted her to develop recommendations around looking at how sexual harassment and other forms of gendered violence in higher education was to be addressed. What was the status of policy? How was it being implemented? How could the department assist assist higher education universities to do a better job, essentially? And then in addition to that, over the years, I was also working with the Gender Equity Office at WITS.
Yeah, she can hear you.
How far did you get? Okay. So I also was working with the Gender Equity Office. It has, as part of its work in terms of dealing with sexual harassment and other complaints at BITS, it requires, it also works on a panel system. I would periodically be asked to provide expert testimony in particular cases. And then as a basis on that experience in roughly 2018, I sat and worked with the organization, didn't have a director, and was responsible for assisting them with case management, assessing cases, whether or not they were ready to be put down for hearing, etc. And then after that experience, I became co-chair of the Gender Equity Advisory Committee at WITS. And as a member of the panel, I sit on disciplinary tribunals and will hear matters, including appeals as well. So with my colleagues, we sit and decide what is the nature of the evidence. Does it actually substantiate a complaint or uphold a complaint? What is the nature of the sanction that should be handed down? Should there be a guilty finding? Or if there's an appeal, what was the nature of the evidence that was brought? Was it adequate? Was the sanction fairly arrived at? Was procedure properly followed? So that kind of work. And then in addition to that, I also work on a range of different research projects addressing sexual harassment. So most recently, I've worked with UCT on contract for UNESCO, undertaking research in Cuba, Mexico, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, at 20 different higher education institutions, where we were looking at experiences of sexual harassment and other forms of gendered violence on campus. We've just submitted the report now, and then we've just begun at WITS with permission to do do a survey at the university looking at gendered harms. So it's research that is so it's experience that has ranged from educating around what sexual harassment is, providing expert testimony, making assessments on cases, whether they should go to disciplinary inquiries, sitting on panels to determine what has happened, making findings or appeals, and then also undertaking research and also doing some writing and publishing in the area. So I've had a piece published this year, for example, in the South African Journal on Human Rights.
Thank you. What method did you use to evaluate the interactions between, or let me first ask you this. What material did you have available that you used as the raw data to come to your conclusions in this matter, to give us your expert opinion?
I had the text of WhatsApp messages from the 8th of June until a date in, let me just double check, until February 2022. So I had a set of WhatsApp messages, which amounted to approximately 47 conversations. There was reference to other videos and other material, but I didn't have access to that, so I worked specifically with the WhatsApps here. And I also looked particular at
We have a problem with the sound. I don't know if it's going to have an effect on the transcription. And I think this evidence is crucial. I don't know if we should just adjourn so that they can try and fix the sound.
Because certainly it doesn't sound like the sounds are coming through very well.
No. And then
And,
it will not be able, the transcribers won't be able to type it. And we struggle to follow.
You suggest we adjourn?
Just so that the sound text can sort out the sound for us.
We'll adjourn, you let us know when you are ready.
We'll do so.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think I will take you back. We will come to the raw data now. First, I want to ask you, what method did you use to evaluate the interactions between Ms. Mengo and the respondent, Judge President Mbenenge?
Certainly. So I think the starting point has to obviously be some kind of definition or operationalization or understanding of what does the term sexual harassment encompass? What does it mean? So therefore, the guidance I looked at was that taken from the 2022 Code of Good Practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. And I think what's important about that is that it's identifying sexual harassment as an overarching term or as an umbrella term that comprises different kinds of conduct. So in terms of the code, it's prescribed, or it's recognizing there are 4 different kinds of conduct. These can take the physical forms. So it's looking at the form that the sexual harassment may take. It can be expressed physically in the terms of unwanted touching through to its most serious, which is rape. The verbal, as in the spoken, and the non-verbal, which might be just in terms of, say, sending pictures or creating an uncomfortable or hostile working environment. And then the last form is quid pro quo, as in you do something for me and I'll do something for you, which is really just give me a sexual favor or benefit or something, and I will give you a benefit in exchange. So those are the 4 forms of sexual harassment set out. In terms of the code, I put it into my report, verbal conduct from whistling through all the way through to jokes, repeatedly and persistently asking somebody out on a date, etc. So I think what's important is that the code recognizes that in some instances, behavior will need to be repeated and persistent to qualify as harassment. But there are some forms of behavior which are egregious. They only need to occur once. So for instance, grabbing somebody's crotch is grossly offensive. You don't need to do this on a repeated basis before somebody recognizes that that is harassment. So I think one of the ways we can think about it is there's a repeated transgression of somebody's boundaries. You said no, or you've tried to communicate no, or you have indicated a reluctance and an unwillingness, and that keeps on being ignored.
Just a little bit slower so
Sure.
that everyone can take notes. So there must be repeated transgression of somebody's boundaries.
Yes. So saying no or indicating that something is unwanted or showing that you are reluctant and that you are unwilling. And I think what the code recognizes is that in an ideal world, when that happens, we'd all be able to say, no, stop that right now. This makes me uncomfortable. Please do not do that again. But the code does recognize that that's not always possible. It talks about, for instance, you can just walk away or not respond. And much of the literature, much of the legislation looks at the fact that one of the reasons why sexual harassment occurs and why it is so difficult to deal with is because of power imbalances. And that is where one has to look at these very carefully in order to consider, was somebody genuinely in a position to say no? Could they clearly communicate how they felt about a situation? Could they tell somebody to stop? And we can see in law that those kinds of situations do occur. And if we look at rape, for instance, there is quite a clear recognition that there is a difference between submission and consent. That one can say yes, because saying yes might be the less worse of 2 terrible choices. And that if and that's submitting, that for consent to be meaningful, it has to be genuinely given. Otherwise, it is simply superficial. So there has to be a substantive, meaningful sense undergirding a consent. It's not meaningful to say, oh, you consented if your child is in the room at the time and you are being raped. Saying yes does not mean you were consenting, you are submitting because of what is going on. So I'm using the example of rape, but law has recognized that there are occasions where it may look like you are agreeing to something, but it's not meaningful agreement. So, and I think there's also increasingly a recognition that consent to one thing doesn't imply consent to any behavior that follows. So wearing a short skirt and accepting a drink does not mean you have consented to any other behavior beyond that, for instance.
Sorry, I didn't understand the previous point you made.
Which one?
The point just before that one. You're talking about as if the consent may not look genuine, or may look this way but may not be genuine, or something to that effect.
Yes.
Just explain that.
Sure. So I'll use a very blunt example. If somebody says, the one example is, if you don't have sex with me, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Well, all right, yes, I'll have sex with you. Or the other example, which we've seen in law, is somebody breaks in, they are about to assault you. You say, okay, no, hold on. I'll cooperate. Can you wear a condom? They put on the condom, rape, and then leave. We have had cases where the law has recognized that you saying to that person, okay, I'll cooperate if you stop beating me and wearing a condom, that did not mean you consent to what happened. What you tried to do was, you had the option. There was no way you were not going to escape being raped. All that was within control at that point in time was whether or not you were going to also be beaten very, very badly and possibly end up with a sexually transmitted infection as well. So the courts have understood that under some circumstances you have very constrained choice. It is very restricted. You have very few options. You try to exercise what agency you can within a very limited context of choice. That where that context and those constraints are so limited, you can't genuinely call that consent. That is submission.
In your summary that you provided to us, also under the method employed to arrive at your opinion, you indicated that for biological reasons, women and men's expressions and experience of their sexuality are not the same. Can you explain that to us as well?
Certainly. So I think one of the things one also has to take into account is that we have a history of thinking that men have these explosive, uncontrollable sexual urges that once aroused, they cannot be stopped. And I mean, this is what some of the mythology that has informed and excused rape, for example. Oh, she had on a short skirt and I was so overcome and she'd allowed me to fondle and kiss her and I was just so overcome with my feelings that there was nothing I could do except continue. And that's been referenced as kind of biological, explosive idea of male sexuality, that it is basically uncontrollable. Once you arouse it, it cannot be stopped. I mean, that is not correct. But it is a myth that can function as an excuse for rape. And I think we have worked in many ways to understand that men are certainly well able to control themselves, and that we cannot allow that kind of mythology that has arisen and developed to allow sexual violence and abuse to continue. So I think when you look at cases that involve sexual harassment and sexual abuse, it is important to understand whether or not there is any recourse to myths and stereotypes in order to explain conduct. And whether or not that's allowing thinking to be clouded, whether or not when you're trying to assess behavior, whether you're trying to look at what is here presented to you and to what extent your thinking about that is perhaps clouded by other clouded by other ideas or ways of trying to explain what you've seen. And I've said one of those which is often clouded thinking has been this idea that men and women have vastly different sexual urges. Men's are much more urgent than women's. And I think the other idea that has developed from that is that men pursue, and it's up to women to say yes or resist. So we live in a society that has granted men a much more active sexuality and women a far more passive sexuality. They wait for men to approach them. They do not go out to the first man they see and say how fabulous he looks in that pair of tight pants and when can they get together. Society would think that's a little strange, whereas we accept the idea that if a man will go up to a woman, you look fantastic, whatever. So we have created a society that does treat men's and women's sexuality very differently. I mean, as a very common example, if we talk about sexuality, is that take the word whore. It's very hard. It's a word we use for women. It's very hard to find an equivalent for a man who we consider to be overly sexual in an insulting way. We might call him a stud, for instance, but that's admiring and speak of his virility. But when we talk about women who are very sexually active, we tend to use very derogatory terms like whore. So I give that as examples of the way in which society has constructed quite different ways of thinking about men's and women's sexuality, in which active sexuality in women tends to be frowned on, whereas active sexuality in men is recognized, acknowledged, and even admired. And I think that is what can also make sexual harassment quite difficult, is that men will persist and persist and persist, saying, oh, but, women just they just need a little bit of persuasion. I just need to work a little bit harder. Or the other myth, women say no when they mean yes, and women play hard to get. Those kinds of stereotypes that I think get in the way and make it difficult to deal with harassment.
Thank you. If we go to 2.1.2 in your summary, that is where you say that in the case of sexual harassment, these gender relations of power can become complexly intertwined. Can you explain that for us slowly?
Sure. So we have, I think, already what we can call gendered power relations that tend to structure relations between men and women in a particular way. I've outlined some of those. Men advance, propose, women accept, whatever. So you've already got that kind of relationship. And I think it's also a power relationship in the sense that, there are many examples of it. The Constitution has tried to address it. We speak often of gender inequality, which manifests in a range of ways. Workplace is one, in that you will find who performs what work. And this is precisely why we have things like employment equity and affirmative action in order to address this. Who does what work is very gendered. So if you walk into a garage, for example, you will find that most mechanics are men. It will be unusual to find women mechanics. If you walk into an office and you look at who are the secretaries, they will predominantly be the women. If you look at who are the CEOs and the senior managers, they will predominantly be men. So you have that kind of structuring in terms of who holds positions, who is likely to hold what position, and what kind of qualities we associate with women's positions. So secretary is often there to serve, to make coffee, to make tea. I'm speaking now obviously in very general terms. Is supposed to be doing the service side. Women are more typically, or anybody else who's in a subordinate position, there to listen and to carry out instructions. So you have that kind of, you bring in the gendered social relations, and then you see how gendered relations also inform workplace structures. Then workplaces obviously have their own sets of hierarchies. In order for people to do their work, clearly those who are in positions of authority need to be able to have the authority to be able to instruct, in order to be able to ask people to do work. And if people do not do work, to take the necessary steps to ensure that they do the work. So we have these complex in terms of labour law, what do you do in terms of disciplining, instructing, the consequences of not performing, etc. So you have those who can instruct and who can't instruct. Hence your ideas about insubordination, because you are not obeying instructions, for example. So workplaces are quite clearly structured they are hierarchical, because you need to have that kind of relationship, and they are more or less hierarchical. Some are extremely hierarchical. If you look at the police, for example, that is command and control. It is instruction, the same with the military. But you wouldn't quite find that kind of degree of control in your everyday workplace, for instance. But nonetheless, there is still an authority structure, because of the nature of work and what needs to be done. So you have those kinds of relationships, and why we have workplace law is to be able to set out who is overstepping their authority, who is disregarding authority. So, and with that, you also have your things like your job descriptions in order to set out who is required to do what, so that again we can get into these questions of, I can instruct you to do this because your job is required. This is your job, or I don't have to do this because this is not part of my job. So workplaces, different industries have different norms, but they are very structured in terms of how do you work, who does what, who says what, who listens, who obeys, what are the sanctions. So that is why it can become quite complicated once you're dealing with sexual harassment, because saying no to somebody who is your senior is difficult. Firstly, it is an inversion of the relationship as to who directs or instructs and who follows instructions. So for a junior person to tell a senior person, it can be a very difficult thing to do, precisely because there is that inversion. The other thing is, what are the consequences of me saying no to somebody who holds a higher position in the hierarchy than I do? If I say no, I am their junior, will they take me seriously? And what are the consequences? Can this person victimize me? Can they make my work uncomfortable? Can they ask me to go and start doing work that I don't want to do? Can they start taking away workplace opportunities from me? Can they start speaking to me in a way that is extremely uncomfortable and makes my work miserable? So this is where it starts to get uncomfortable, because you now have not just the operation of the informal social relationship of gender, but you now have a structured relationship upheld by law that sets out, this is how you will relate to each other. This is a workplace. This is who says this and who does this and who does that. So that is why it becomes very difficult. But I think one must also think in relation to sexual harassment and power relations. You have your structured relations and what we would call formal power. So formal power will obviously be where you have your organogram. It's formalized. This is your position. This is your position. This is what you do. This is what you do. It's set out. It's formalized. But then I think when you look at sexual harassment between peers, it's important to realize that power is very much more complex than just a question of position.
But in this instance, we are working with different power relations. There's a vast difference between the judge president and the judge's secretary. Is that correct?
Very definitely. And I think there is also a situation here where, obviously, if you're talking about power, there are layers of power. So you can talk about someone's immediate line manager. That's the person who has direct control over them. So in this case, as I understand it, Judge Mbenenge would not have been the line manager, and courts, as I understand them, and I stand to be corrected, don't quite have that kind of arrangement. You have a judge who's not necessarily somebody's line manager, but nonetheless, the secretary works or is not necessarily directly employed by the judge, but that's who they work for. That's who they take their instruction from, and they work for that person. So you have multiple, from what I can see of the courts, they have multiple layers of hierarchy. So you have your judge, who you may be immediately working for, but then you have somebody who is at the apex, a judge president, who is responsible not just for that particular court, but for the entire province. So it's a little bit like, in a company, you have your line manager and then there's the CEO. The CEO might not be your direct line manager, but you still would not be rude to the CEO. That person is the most senior person. So I think this is where it's important to think about other dimensions of power beyond just the formal that I spoke to you about. There's also the questions of influence. So even if somebody doesn't directly manage you, they can influence, again, you can see this university, they can influence your career progression. If that person carries a lot of status and credibility, and I think this is the other important thing to look at, is how position confers other aspects of power, which include things like status and credibility. Who is more likely to be believed? Who has the higher status? Who will be seen as being more credible? Whose word will carry more weight? Even if you have influence, if somebody, I'll use a university example. You might not be employed by that particular person, but that lecturer or that faculty head can tell others in other universities, even if they just need to say something like, because people will say, well, can you recommend that person? What are they like to work with? I would be very careful. You're not, they don't work so well. You're not necessarily giving somebody a formal reference, but you have influence. People come and ask you, what do you think? And your opinion will count and hold weight. So one can also exercise that kind of power and influence so that even if you've never said anything, you can still have an effect on somebody's career and their career progression. The classic example, if we can use legal examples, is the candidate's attorney. They're not employed by the law firm, but if they and one has seen cases like this, if they lay a charge of sexual harassment, those are all senior lawyers who can make their progression and their lives and their careers going forward quite difficult, just because of what they can say and the kind of influence, clout, and weight that they have. So I think it's also important to look at those dimensions of power in addition to having formal positional power.
You mentioned the Code of Good Conduct, the 2022 Code of Good Practice, on the prevention and elimination of harassment. Where did this code come from? What was the starting point for this code? It derived from? Isn't it the Employment Equity Act?
Yes, and it's actually the early code of 1998, when it was called the Code of Good Practice on the Handling of Sexual Harassment. And then it was broadened and widened. And this code has also been influenced to some extent, I think, by the International Labour Organization.
All right. Now, in 2.4 in your summary, you also said that this code also offers some guidance on how conduct may be assessed as unwanted, recognizing that non-consent does not only take form of the stated no. You did mention it a little earlier, but just explain that again to us.
Okay, so I think, as I said, in an ideal world, we would all be able to communicate exactly what we want, need, and mean under all circumstances. But it's recognized that that's not always possible. And also, I think that people can be confused and not always know what to do initially. So it's recognized that you can communicate no in different ways. One of these would be to simply stay silent or to walk away. Or it could also include things like going to somebody else and asking them to intervene on your behalf, to have a word in somebody's ear, for instance. You can deal. There is a recognition that there are different ways in which this can be communicated.
So do I understand you correctly? The code says you do not have to say no using the words no. You can use these other tactics also to convey your message as being no.
Yes, and the code also recognizes that because you've previously consented in one thing doesn't mean you've given consent in perpetuity. You are required to check if your behavior continues, if behavior continues to be wanted. I think it's following broader trends that we're seeing, for instance, in two cases. The one was the Embrace Dignity matter, for instance, where the idea is that consent now we have to look at consent differently. We can't just rely on subjective perception, you actually have to think about, is it reasonable? I mean, the laws also, as I said, had this recognition of coercive circumstances. In relation to rape, for example, it recognizes that there are situations, and it's going back to this point of submission, and one of the points it looks at is where there is an abuse of power or authority. That again, somebody can abuse their position, and this is why you are submitting and appearing to say yes. But this force of abuse or this power and authority is making it hard for you to say no because you're not in equal positions. So I think there is a recognition that you need, that when you look at consent, you actually have to look at the context. What are the circumstances under which somebody is saying yes or no or not saying anything at all? Are there circumstances that enable somebody to speak clearly, to be firm, to state their expressed desires, preferences, and needs?
Just explain to us, how does the concept of coercive circumstances help us understand consent in contexts where power imbalances are present?
Well, you have this in the Sexual Offences Act, that there is an abuse of power or authority. So coercive circumstances help us understand that it's hard for somebody to say no because of the authority that the other person wields. That person's, them saying no, that person is in a position where they can make life very, very unpleasant. So coercive circumstances you can think about as the recognition that it is a so-called choice in a context of no choice or constrained choice. So coercive circumstances are saying to us, look at the context. Yes or no doesn't occur in a vacuum. Look at what's going on around that person. What are the pressures on them? Have they given meaningful consent? I mean, we look at context, for example, to use another example, in medicine. You can't consent to a medical examination if you're drunk or high, for example. So we are looking at context. Is that person in a position to be able to say yes? What is the nature of their yes?
And how do you approach the interpretation of WhatsApp messages in the context of harassment? Do you look at them individually or in relation to one another? Just explain to us.
Sure. So again, I think one has to look at them contextually. So what has been the previous conversation, for instance? Because I think one of the things one must think about in relation to people's interactions with each other is that they're dynamic. They're not fixed in stone. They change. So within the context of say, sexual harassment, you look at how you look at especially if it's a situation that is ongoing. You look at how is the nature of the engagement changing? Because typically, in situations where people have to work together, for example, you can see that somebody is grappling with, how do I deal with this situation? And so they try a range of different tactics and strategies to try to figure out what is the best way I can deal with this. Especially if they can't, and especially if they don't necessarily initially have the confidence or believe that they can say no. They may try different kinds of things. So you can find, for instance, somebody will say, I'll just ignore it. Because if I ignore it, hopefully it will go away. Or if I ignore it, they'll get the message to leave me alone. And then you might see over time that ignoring it is not working. This person doesn't leave you alone. They persist. So then you try something else. Maybe you try and start figuring out, okay, you figure out what are their workplace habits, where are they usually likely to be. You avoid meetings where they're likely to be. So you use a strategy of avoidance in the hope that you won't bump into them. Maybe this person still finds ways to bump into you. So then you try and make sure that you're always with another person so that they can't have that time alone with you. So you look at what is it that somebody is doing to try to manage the situation. And you can sometimes see a progression where somebody gets perhaps progressively more and more annoyed by what's going on, and then eventually they might become quite rude and get to the point where they say to somebody, just stop this. Or they will actually go to their line manager, if it's say somebody they're working with, and say, I need a transfer, I need to go somewhere else. So it's important to look at what is going on here. What are the different things that somebody is doing? Not only that, these are interactions, they're engagements. So if she does this, how does he respond? What is her response to his response? What is his response to her response? So you try to get a sense of what's happening here. What are the strategies and tactics? Because I mean, if I could sum it up, looking at this for somebody who's in this position, the question facing them is like, what are the strategies that are available to me to resist sexual attention from somebody who holds both institutional and moral authority? Somebody who's both an apex judge and a respected church elder, for example, without risking reputational harm or career consequences, and I'm a junior employee. So what's my room to maneuver? What can I do here? And so you'll see different strategies being tested out to see what works, what stops this person. And I said, sometimes you'll see a whole lot of this happening before somebody gets to a point where they'll actually go and lay a grievance. Because they've also realized the situation is now becoming intolerable. Because initially you can see with some women there's a sense of, all right, I'll just ignore it. It's not so bad. Actually, after a while, when it's repeated, it is that bad. So this is, you can't just look at separate, discrete, isolated units of conversation detached from each other. You have to look at how do they build and interact. Plus, you need to look at patterns. What is the pattern of engagement here?
Yeah, I see it's 11 o'clock. Can we continue or should we break for tea at this stage? Because I'm going to move now to her findings.
We'll adjourn for 15 minutes. Advocate Skipper.
Thank you, Chair. We can then continue. We're going to move to your findings based on the interactions. Just put on your microphone also, please. I'm going to ask you this question again because you did not finish with your answer. What sources of material formed the basis of the raw data that you analyzed specifically for this tribunal?
Sure. I paid a lot of attention to the WhatsApps. So I had the WhatsApps between the 8th of June 2021 and 18th of February 2022. I believe there is more material, but I didn't have access to that. The videos and other pictures referred to, but I didn't have those. I just have the WhatsApps here. I also looked at the evidence in chief and some of the cross-examination.
That is now in the transcripts.
Yes. Yes.
Evidence in chief of which witness?
Ms. Mengo, complainant.
And the cross-examination of her?
Not in as much detail as I looked at the evidence in chief.
Yes.
And then what I did was, in order to get a sense of the WhatsApps, I went through them a couple of times, and then I drew up a table for myself of how many WhatsApps there were. So I came to a total of 47.
47 WhatsApps?
No, 47 conversations. So in that particular period. And then I dated each of them. I created a table where the data for each conversation. I looked at who initiated the conversation, and I looked at how many conversations were sent by the judge president and how many by Ms. Mengo. So because I use that as an indication to look at who's initiating the conversation here, who is more active in the conversation here. Because I think that starts to give you a sense of who is asking more often, who is engaging more often, who is engaging less often. Because that can give you some kind of indication as to who is the more interested party here. Is to look at how equally are the messages distributed between the two of them. It's an indication. So based on that, as I said, there were a total of, I counted up approximately 837 WhatsApp texts, with 526 from the judge president and 311 from Ms. Mengo. So I looked at those, and I think...
Sorry, 526 from the judge president and?
311.
From the complainant?
From the complainant.
That is now the WhatsApp, the message, each and every WhatsApp itself that you are now counting.
Yes.
And those 837 WhatsApps were in 47 conversations. Is that what you are saying?
Yes. So we should say 47 days. So
47 days?
Yes. So a total of 47 days of texting distributed over this roughly 7.5 month period. So I think also doing it that way also allowed me to see a couple of patterns already emerging. So you can see, for instance, that on the very first time they text, on the 8th of June, there are 77 texts from the judge president and 52 from the complainant. Another day that also emerges as very busy is the 20th of June, where the judge president sends 84 and Ms. Mengo sends 51. But then you can see a distinct change starting to occur on the 28th of July. You can start to see the number of texts dropping off quite significantly, and you can also see the period of time between them getting longer and longer. So where you'll have had, say, 60, 32, 84 texts, it's now down to 1 to 3 to a maximum of 6. And you also see that the complainant is responding less and less often. There are more and more days where she's just not responding at all. So you can see there's a change. When I was talking about patterns, that's the kind of thing you're looking for. What was happening here? What were the responses? And it says you can see that towards the end, Ms. Mengo is not really engaging at all.
All right, you mentioned that you could observe certain patterns in the way the communication occurred between them. If you can just tell us what type of patterns that is, and slowly.
Sure. So then when I looked, these conversations clearly continue. So something might be said on one day, but it might get picked up in another conversation on 2 or 3 further occasions. So you look for that. You also look at what is the conversation about. So for instance, one of the patterns I looked at is what I spoke earlier about sexual harassment being an umbrella term. So what are the acts going on here? Obviously, it's verbal, it's texting, but it's not. But there are different kinds of things being asked for here. So one of the things that I noticed was requests for photographs.
From whom?
From the judge president to Ms. Mengo. He asked her for photographs. He also asked to be intimate with her. I treat these as different acts because he's asking for things in addition to just texting. He's not just saying, let's have, as he put it, naughty talk or naughty chat. He's asking for her to go and do other things, to go and take a photograph of herself, to meet with him, to be intimate. So there are those 2 sets of requests. And then there is what I described as sexting, where he would be asking, what is your favorite position? And he'd be sending her videos. So it's conversation there in the moment. It's not asking her to go and do extra things like meet with him to have sex or to go and take a photograph of her private parts, for example. So I saw those 3 things. I think the other thing I looked at how many times Ms. Mengo initiated conversation. And I could see that out of all those conversations, there are 5 times where she starts the conversation. But when she starts the conversation, it is about very neutral workplace-related things. So the examples I gave is the 5. If she wishes Judge Mbenenge a happy Father's Day, she responds to a question asked by him. She says, wow, commenting on his status. She asks for the use of his chambers, and she comments on his status. So most of the conversation she has with him tends to be of a more workplace nature. She doesn't ask him for photographs of himself, for instance, but she does ask for things like, can she use his chambers, for a meeting? So her interactions tend to be about workplace, unless she is responding to him. So I was looking for that as to who talks about what. And then the other kinds of patterns I was looking at was how often, because, one of the key components or defining characteristics of harassment is that it must be repeated. So I looked at how often is something asked for. So in order to see, would this qualify as persistent? Would it qualify as repeated? And then I look at the nature, and then I looked at how does she respond to those requests? How can one characterize them? And then do you want me to talk a little bit about how I characterize them? So in terms of looking at her requests, I try to see how does she respond to when she's asked for something. And I could see that she was using a range of different. She was using different strategies to deal with or to communicate what was a reluctance and an unwillingness. So as I said, I saw a range of different strategies which I characterize, and I have gone through and found illustrative examples of what I mean. Is she used what I have characterized as deflection. She tried to turn the subject away into something else and start talking about something else. She used evasion. So she wouldn't necessarily give a direct answer, or she would, which is closely linked sometimes to also what I've called deferral. Oh, I'll do it another time. So postponing the moment. She also used silence, just did not respond. She also used what I described as accommodation, where she would try to accommodate or engage with a request. And she also used active resistance. No. So there are a range of different strategies that are being used, and they're also changing over time. And I think that you can see her figuring out what does or doesn't work, and then adapting her efforts accordingly. And then I was also looking at how was Judge Mbenenge responding to her? This is an interaction. It's two people. So it is dynamic. What's going on here?
All right. In your summary at 3.2, you said that Judge Mbenenge and Ms. Mengo's interactions occurred within the context of three different kinds of asymmetrical roles and relations. If you can go slowly through the three different kinds of roles.
So the first is the obvious one, and that is prescribed by the courts themselves. That's the workplace relationship. So Judge Mbenenge is the Eastern Cape Judge President, and Ms. Mengo, the secretary of an unnamed judge. So that's in terms of hierarchy and workplace, but I think there's also the question of status. Whose work will enjoy the higher status? And a judge, and especially a judge president, will have higher status than that of a secretary.
And the second one?
The second one is that it appears through reading through the record that it had become a habit or a practice on Judge Mbenenge's part for judges or for the secretaries to think of their judges as fathers and mothers. So putting them in a kind of, it's again a different kind of asymmetry, a parental, respected, elder relationship. Yours is the more junior. And one can see times in the WhatsApps where she refers to him as daddy. He asks her if her mum, the judge, who's a judge at the time, who came to her mum's birthday. So there's that kind of other additional layer there in terms of how you relate, in terms of the levels of respect and authority that are being exercised. This is obviously much more informal because it's not practice in the courts. It's not instruction from the courts or a policy in the courts that this is how the relationship between judges and secretaries should be structured.
And the third role?
The third is that between men is in terms of heterosexual relations between men and women.
So that is gender.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the other thing, but that comes closely, I think, in relation to the father, judge, secretary, child, is obviously there's an age or generational difference going on as well. Sometimes Ms. Mengo makes reference to it, is also that of a church elder, but that doesn't really necessarily seem to affect this situation. But that's their part of who he is as well. She does use it at some point.
Can you explain what you said here in 3.3? Those roles and the power relations, they represent blurred interactions between Judge Mbenenge and Ms. Menga. What did you mean by the blurred interactions?
Sure. So I think to go back to what I was saying earlier about sexual harassment being a transgression of boundaries and workplaces having quite strictly defined, structured relationships between people. So one of the things that goes with authority is obviously respect. So one of the ways in which you try to maintain that is you try to prevent too much familiarity between people. If we get to know each other a little bit too well, don't get too familiar with me, don't take chances with me, don't think just because you know me, you can do this, that, and the other. So workplaces try to prescribe and keep a certain formality between people. So for example, you have your job description, and the job description says, this is who you account to, this is what you do, this is your job. It tries to prescribe roles in quite strict ways. And in doing so, I think it sets out quite clearly how people relate to each other. This is who I am respectful to. This is who I can be rude to and maybe get away with it. But it sets out quite strictly how you are to relate to each other. How are you positioned vis-a-vis one another? What can you do? So workplaces try to be quite clear with that. They're professional. They try to keep the personal out. And obviously an aspect of the personal is the sexual, which is why you do not the idea is you should not be having sexual relations in the workplace because they bring the personal in. You try to maintain the relationships as professional. So you have that relationship. So when you start bringing the personal in, you are now blurring that workplace role. And you are creating a confusion for somebody. This is my role in the workplace, but that is not how you are relating to me. How can I now respond to you? Because you're related to me on a personal level, and if I relate to you on a personal level, then I run the risk of transgressing professional roles, functions, and rules. And this is how you can get what you might call a situation that's called a double bind, where you have this conflict. So you have conflicting demands or expectations being placed on you. If you comply with one requirement, it might mean you are in violation of another. So, I mean, one way in which workplaces try to deal with sexual harassment, for example, to prevent precisely these kinds of blurred boundaries, is it is a clear part of workplace codes that you may not have relationships with each other, and that if it is found you are having if there is a relationship between the two parties, it can become a disciplinary offence, for instance. Use another example in some universities, lecturers may not have relationships with their students, and if they do, it is a disciplinary offence. So that is the ways in which one tries to remove that kind of confusion and that blurring of boundaries, and to prevent the leakage or the seepage of the personal into the professional, and where a personal relationship can interfere with the working relationship. For instance, if I am having a relationship with my subordinate, might I also be giving that person particular favors, overlooking things? How might other people in the workplace feel if they see I'm favoring somebody over another? So that is why you try to keep this out, so that you don't allow for this blurring and for additional factors that are not relevant in the workplace to suddenly start becoming salient. So that is where this is what I'm saying is this double bind. Am I responding to you personally, or am I responding to you professionally in a context where this is supposed to be professional and the personal should not be brought in? And that conflicts as to what do I do? How do I resolve this conflict? It's very difficult for someone.
And if you bring it into this interaction between the Judge President and Ms. Mengo, did you find any blurred interactions between their conversations?
Very much so. To begin with, I think just the contacting her after hours. The very first contact, for instance, follows as a result of he sees her early in the day, he sees a child, he asks about the child's father. She says, no, we are no longer together. And hours later, after hours, the Judge President then contacts Ms. Mengo to say, oh, well, I'm sorry if I might have embarrassed you. Now, that is not a workplace conversation, and it's after hours. So that's the first kind of blurring as to why is he getting in touch with her. And then we're getting into personal questions. So how many children do you have? It's not necessarily something you need to know about. That's more of a kind of getting to know you kind of question. Then I think they're the questions about can I or can't I trust you? And again, why would that be relevant? Then I think the very first clear-cut example is the pictures. He says to her, maybe a few pics you send may serve as halfway proof that presumably she can be trusted. So, I think one of the interesting points about that is to ask another person for pictures in a workplace. Why would you? A personal picture of yourself is not a requirement in this job. She's a secretary. How does sending pictures have anything to do with her job? I think another thing to look at is asking for pictures without giving any explanation as to why you want those pictures. You can see that as an expression of power, in the sense that people who can demand things of others without explanation, that's an expectation that I ask. You don't need to know why. You don't need an explanation from me. So that is a very first example. And that it occurs after an earlier conversation in the day that is the father around? No. That establishes there is no man in the house who might just pick up the phone and see what's going on, or asking you, why are you spending so much time on your phone after hours? So that first exchange establishes just how much, that here is somebody where there may not be a man who is going to be asking, what are you doing on your phone? Or as I said, pick it up and see what is on the phone. So, I think asking for pictures, but then the question is, then there is still in the same conversation, take off the clothes on your upper body. So for an employer to ask an employee to take off the clothes on your upper body, presumably he's meaning a topless picture. Again, how does that have anything to do with the job? Then there are the questions about what is her favorite position? Not relevant to her job at all. Quite a lot of questions about her favorite sexual position. I think also, so those are workplace boundaries, but I also want to speak a little bit about personal boundaries. So, for instance, there is a day in which there is a taxi strike and it's been quite difficult at the court. And she's still working and it's after hours. And he's still asking about a conversation from the previous night about positions. So this question is at night, and she's saying, look, I've had a rough day at work. I'm still busy at work. He disregards that and says, Where were we last night? We were warming up, again referring to the questions about her positions. And then he continues, like, she says to him, "Oh no, are you still referring to that?" His answer is, "Purely because we were about to land." And her response is, "Do you know that my exhaustion is extreme?" So she's telling him, "I am tired." She's still at work, and yet he is asking about her favorite sexual positions. And I mean, she actually says this a couple of times. I'm supposed to be working and you're asking me about these things. So I think there are those examples where she said, I'm doing something else that is, and I'm tired, that is not respected. So those are in between and that's in between, I think, the workplace roles and boundaries.
I don't know if it will be easier for you to go through the conversations day by day and explain to the tribunal what your views of this type of conversations are, especially the questions asked and the replies, and how would you view the conversations?
Yes.
Chair, I don't know if you want to follow the conversations. It's the WhatsApp conversations in volume 3, page 1156. If the tribunal, the panel wants to follow this witness while she testifies.
I think as I go through it, I can give you these examples of what I mean by when she's evading, she's deflecting, she's avoiding, she's attempting to resist, or she's attempting to accommodate him.
Yes, that would be great, so that we can follow exactly what you mean by saying
Okay.
she's the way she reacted.
Okay. My versions are not numbered like yours.
If you can just tell me on what date you are, then
Okay.
I will refer the panel to the specific
Okay.
pages. Are we going to start at 8 June
Yes.
2021? That will be on page 1156.
Yeah.
Chair. This is now the first conversation that they had on WhatsApp. You
It's a
already
very
explained that was the day when he established that there was no man present
in the house.
in the house.
Yes.
So what is important for you on this day's conversation?
I think that it so immediately moves into asking for photographs without any kind of explanation, and this is clearly not a job requirement, that it is persistent, that there is no taking no for an answer here. The style of pressure.
What do you mean by the style of pressure? If you can give us an example.
Sure. So I think the judge president is quite fond of using a little angel halo emoji. So he'll ask a question with this innocent little halo emoji face around it. And sometimes it can be and sometimes he'll use it after he'll say, give me a photograph. And then will come the little picture of the angel, an angelic, innocent look. That's one emoji he likes quite a lot. But he also likes the pairing of the big eyes looking, the hearing aid listening, and the quite rapid fire nature of it. Some of his texts come within a minute of each other. And he has a kind of sequence sometimes that'll go, big eyes, I'm looking, hearing aid, I'm listening, I'm waiting to hear. And then sometimes in other communication, it'll be followed up with a zzz, I've gone to sleep, I'm waiting. So it's communicating, hurry up. it communicates expectation. And one can also see here that some of her, something she uses quite often, which is a kind of evasiveness, trying to say no without saying no.
Can you give us examples of
Sure.
that?
So I'm going to start with the where they've had this conversation about trust. Can he trust her? There's been a bit of an earlier conversation about her morals. Then can he trust her? And just after 25 past 7, he says, okay, truth be, he types.
Sorry, where are we?
25 past 7 will be 1163 up until it goes over until 1164. Which one at 1925 are you talking about? There's a few messages.
She has
The monkey with the
emoji,
shy.
Yep, the shy monkey. Then the response is, truth be told, I have no reason to doubt your word. Then her response is, that means a lot. It's hard to trust these days. Then is the first request for pictures. Maybe a few pics you send may serve as halfway proof. No response from her. A minute later, followed with the eyes, so he's looking. Then her response, and this one is her trying to say no without saying no. We'll try to take more, but currently lost the most. My phone deleted everything recently. So that's her way of saying, I don't have any pictures for you. Then his response is, hi, kidding. Cool, she says. Then he comes back, few that you've got. Then she says, will do. So there are the eyes, the eyes, licking of lips, eyes covered. She doesn't respond. 45 minutes later, he's saying, you are quiet. And then she says, oh, you want them now? Sorry, I was still at the gym. So here you have her first trying to get to avoid by saying, oh, my phone deleted everything. He doesn't take that. He says, but you've anything, a few that you've got. Although that's kind of saying to you, I don't have anything to give you, but you must have some somewhere. And then she just doesn't respond to that. Then he follows up. And so she says, oh, I was at the gym. So I'm doing other things. I'm not focusing on you. I'm not concentrating on you. I'm doing other things. So here she's used a kind of deferral. He has waited. She has
Sorry,
tried to.
I don't understand.
Sure.
Well, are you saying she was not at the gym?
No, she's saying to me, I was at the gym, but
Sorry?
she's saying I was doing something else. I was not going to. He was expecting an immediate response. And she's saying I was doing other things. That's how I read that when she says, sorry, I was still at the gym.
Which may be true.
Exactly. But the thing is, she was doing other things. It's more the point here, I think, to look at is that he asks, she says, I haven't got any. Then he says, you must still have some. Then she says, will do. And then he's waiting as if he's expecting them immediately. And then she's saying, I'm sorry, I was busy doing something else. So she's not exactly rushing to do what he wants her to do. She is deferring, saying, okay, we'll do. Then he says, comes back with, take off the clothes on your upper body. So it's not just now he wants a photo of her, I'm presuming, with her top off. Then her answer is again, and she's this is again an example of deferring.
At what time? Can you just give us a timestamp
Sure.
of that?
So I'm assuming this is Kulula Umka.
So it's 2028.
2028, yeah. Then she laughs and says, we'll try later. So it's the second time she has said, oh, I'm busy deferring. So it's another example of her deferring. And it's another way she said, it's the third time she said, I don't have photographs. So she'll try later. Then there is a profile photo that is uploaded, and he indicates that smart emoji saying stylish.
Chair, that is on 1166 at 2032, page 1166, at the bottom of the page. It's also on the next page, 1167, on top there as well.
She said, we'll try later. She's again put off once again, taking the photos. And he says, please, for that assessment. Stylish, which is her having put up that profile picture. And then he says again, I'll wait. Presumably, and this is in response to her saying, we'll try later. And this is for his question about take off the clothes on your upper body. They're saying, I'll wait. Then he puts his hands on his head and says, robbed. And then there's a discussion here that I think is quite important where he calls her tricky and a trickster, which is saying that she's avoiding and evading, giving him what he wants. And she says, do you see, I've given you the picture. I haven't given it to you directly because it is inappropriate. So she's put up a profile picture which would be accessible to everybody, which everybody can see. She hasn't sent him a personal picture of herself, certainly not without her top off. And he's calling her tricky and evasive for having done that, for having conned him and scammed him. Then he sends a message at 2055. So 2053, he asks again, the finger pointing upwards, maybe a few pics you may send as halfway proof. So he's asking again. He's reminding her, pointing upwards. And he says, and again, you are tricky. So there's an acknowledgement here that she's not giving him what he wants. And that is something that should make him question, why is she not giving me what I want? Should I be asking for, the kind of question you should be thinking about, should I be asking for this if somebody is not giving it to me, if I'm repeatedly asking and they're not giving it to me? Maybe that should make you stop and pause as to why not. So then there is go halfway now, then leave the rest for another day. She says, will do. And I think it's worth just saying how many times she's going to do it, but doesn't do it, because that alone should tell you something. That she's saying she will do it is, I think, a way, this is what I mean by deferral, as a way of giving a kind of superficial agreement without having any intention of complying. She's saying, yes, I'll do it, but I'll do it later. I'll do it at some point. And then there is the 50% at 2056, so 50%, again, presuming how much of the clothing he wishes to have removed. The snigger, eyes covered emoji.
Let me just understand. Are you saying that, is it your evidence that she did not have an intention of doing so?
If I look at the end of the day, there was no photograph with her clothing off to send to him. She never sent him that photo. So I read this. When you look at, when people say they will do something and they don't do something, then you can see that they didn't want to do that.
Really?
Yes.
They might have wanted, but because of certain circumstances, those circumstances prevented them from doing so.
That could be possible, but if you look at her evidence, I don't see any evidence of her ever having sent him a topless photo.
No, that's not the point I'm asking. On what basis do you say she did not have the intention to do so?
If I look at the context of a conversation and the way in which it is unfolding, she's saying to him, I'm going to do it, but she doesn't do it. Or if I'm going to at some point in the future.
What if she didn't, in fact, intend to do it, but later changed her mind?
She would have changed her mind. She still would not have done it. At this point, she's saying it, but she's not doing it.
Isn't there some difficulty in reading somebody's message and then say, I read this message, I hear it, but this person does not mean to say what she said?
I think if one looks at the context of her messages, this is what I'm talking about being, I'll do it, but I won't do it. There is a slippage here between what she says and what she does. So she says, will do, but it isn't done immediately. And then puts these little pressurizing emojis on her. Where is it? I'm looking, I'm waiting, you quiet. But she still hasn't done it.
Let me put it to you this way. You read the message which says what it says, and then you draw your conclusion that she did not intend to do it. That is your conclusion.
When I look at the multiple messages, let me put it to you this way. When I look how often she says she'll do things, but she doesn't do things, my impression is that she sometimes says, that's an example of deferring it. I'll do it later. Maybe she will never do it. She doesn't do it right away. He asks her to do things right away, but she defers it. She says, I will do it. It's like the same thing with the meeting. I'm going to do it. I will do it, but it never actually gets done. So I'm just pointing to that. Maybe she didn't intend to do it, but she never actually did it within this time frame. So it's giving the impression that she responds to say she'll do something, but she doesn't do it immediately, which doesn't necessarily indicate somebody who is very enthusiastic about the task.
Go ahead.
There's a certain reluctance here. Because he's saying to her, will you do it? And he's still waiting, and she's, oh, I was busy. Will you do it? I will do. But she doesn't do it. So I think one has to look consistently at it, of saying, I'm going to do it, but it doesn't ever happen. It's a bit like the example of when a parent asks a child to clean up their room, and the child says, yes, I'll do it just now. But they don't do it. So what I'm trying to point to here is...
So from your example, you mean the child never intended to do it in the first place?
Usually not. Or they're just trying to defer when they have to do it. So what I'm trying to say is that when somebody says they're going to do something, but they don't do it, then that should raise some questions as to there is a gap here between what the person says and what the person does.
Are you not making a huge jump? If somebody says, I'll do something, and later that person doesn't do it, your conclusion is that that person, when that person said, I'll do it, didn't mean it.
That can be one of the conclusions you can draw. The conclusion you can draw is that there's a certain reluctance here. If you ask somebody to do something and you ask them a couple of times and they don't do it.
No, but you ask him once.
No,
the person says, I will do it. And then the person then doesn't do it. Are you not supposed to first know why the person didn't do it before you draw the conclusion that the person did not want to do it?
I think if I look at the testimony here, there are a couple of requests. Where is the picture? The picture is put up. It's, I want more than that picture. I'll do that. Waiting. Can you send it to me? I'll do it later. That is indicating that somebody doesn't want to do it right now. So that merely puts a question mark over, does this person want to do it?
That is your interpretation of the situation.
My conclusion is that this is not somebody who's enthusiastic about doing this.
Yes, that's your conclusion.
Yes, that there is a delay here.
Just to bring it back to the complainant's evidence as well, she testified that she did not feel it is appropriate to send her pictures to the judge president. Does that correlate with what you found on how you viewed the messages?
Yes.
And that's also why she said she uploaded the picture on the status.
Yes.
Because she didn't feel that it is appropriate for her to send the picture to the judge president.
Yes, because it is an inappropriate request from a senior person to a junior person is, can I have a photograph?
Yeah, I do think the advocate Skeppers is suggesting answers to the expert. I don't want to disrupt it, but I think...
I can't hear you.
I do think advocate Skeppers is suggesting an answer to the witness.
I'm
Just-
not suggesting an answer, Chair. I am on the questions that the Chair asked the witness. Why does she come to that conclusion that seeing the replies from the complainant, she did not want to send the photos? Because that was her conclusion from what she read from the.
Except that I was posing a general question.
I hear. But
And you took it to a different angle.
but
I
we
was
need,
just asking her whether if we read a message which says this, I'll do it, I'll do this, and the person does not do it. It was a general question.
but it was also asked that her conclusion on this messages is that the complainant did not want to send the photo. That was the question to this witness. And the complainant testified that she did not want to send the pictures.
Yes, Mrs. Kakani is saying don't suggest an answer to the witness.
I won't suggest an answer. I'm just asking if what she testified now relates to what the complainant testified. I'm not asking, suggesting any questions or answers.
That is the explanation she's giving. Mrs. Kakani.
It's okay, Chair.
Thank you. You may continue.
So it's back to the question about top off 50%, which presumably means 50% without her top off. This is, by the way, in her testimony. So this is why I am drawing some of these conclusions. I did read her testimony.
Sorry, she needs to, you need to help us each time. Which page?
It's 1170, Chair.
At 2056.
Yes.
So her response is, you know that when I want money, you will give it to me. So this is quite an unpleasant reaction to give, or to say, I want, you must give me money. So if I read the complainant's testimony, that's her trying to put him off. She's trying to suggest to him, this is a mercenary transaction. If you want my photo, then there will be money involved. She's making it quite, she isn't making it clear, she's making it clear that this is not an emotional attraction, a fondness. It's now a transaction. And then his response is, life is not about money. And then he asks again, maybe you are still asking a picture. Maybe you're still taking a picture. So I think what's quite important here is to look at, and this has informed some of my thinking around here, is how many times he's asking for the picture. Where is it? Where is it? Hands up. He makes a comment about that's 35%, so presumably not the 50% less of clothing he wanted. It's only 35 cents. She says, no ways, do not play a trick on me. And then he says to her again, you are a trickster.
Sorry, where are you now? At what time?
21, 23. So again, she is not, and this is where I read her as being evasive, because he's saying, you are not giving me what I want. You are tricking me. You are robbing me. This is not what I asked for. So that's a 21, 23. Don't play tricks on me. And then her response is, actually, it's 70% when adding the other one. So she's again trying to point out to him, oh, well, yes, I've tried to meet what you requested. And then his response, and this presumably is to the picture, is that the other one was a non-starter and you know it. So meaning that the other picture, the profile picture, was not acceptable, and she knows that. And her response is, oh no, Jesus. So that one reads as, oh no, you're not satisfied. It's now 21:43. She still hasn't sent him the photograph, and he's asked a number of times for the photograph. Then they continue, are you still sleeping? No, I'm still awake. Then he asks her about, remember to delete.
Chair, that is on 1174 at 2222. What do you make of that? The question from him.
This is somebody who knows this is inappropriate. He doesn't want put it this way, he doesn't want a record of this to be maintained. Conclusion from that is there are things in there he doesn't want people to see. Then we go back to, then we look at 2622, where the question is 50% minus 20%, and her response is 100%.
That is on page 1176, Chair.
This presumably is referring back to the photographs and how much clothing should or shouldn't be removed. And his comment is she's trying to respond to that, saying, oh, well, if you add 35%, it's this amount. Take this away, it's that amount. And he just says, your maths, I give up on it. So he's still going on about the photographs. So if you look at this, there are up to 11 different requests from him, or different ways in which he keeps asking for the photo. So even her saying, I will do, also, he doesn't want to take her word she's going to do it. It's, I want it now. Where is it? What's happening to it? Can it be like this? So there are a number of requests here for the photo, or discussions as to what should or shouldn't be in the photo. This is not something he should be asking for in the first place. And he doesn't explain what he wants the photograph for. The rest of the world is happy enough with a profile pic. Why does he want something different? Why does he want a personal photograph for himself with her top off? And he asks for it repeatedly. And she says in different ways, I don't have it because my phone deleted everything. Oh, I'm busy. Yes, I'll do it. Yes, I'll do it. Oh, but I've put it up. Oh, but if you look at this much, it's that much. So she isn't, and you can see he is dissatisfied with her responses in the way he calls her tricky and a trickster. So he wants something very definite from her, which she is not giving him. And so the question that arises from that, if somebody's asking you for something and they don't give it to you, what conclusion should you draw about how willing they are to give that to you? So if we look at the 9th of June at 5:33, the finger pointing upward. Now, there was quite a lot of discussion in the evidence in chief as to what this would.
Just hold on, it's page 1178. Sorry for interrupting, yes.
That's okay. So at 5:33 in the morning is pointing upwards, which would seem to imply that that's going back to the conversation of the previous day, picking up from that point. There's a lot of discussion and debate in the testimony, but it seems to be that what is meant here is, I thought you would go down, which the complainant says she interpreted to mean, I would send you a photograph of private parts. And then her comment is busy at work. So there isn't much of an engagement on this day. Then
What do you make of this reply of hers? What type of reaction is that from her?
I'm busy. It's a form of avoiding.
Avoiding.
I can't talk to you right now. I'm busy. I've got other things going on.
And then I see later that afternoon at 17 minutes past 5, she still told him, still busy at work.
Yes.
No other conversations that she only replied twice on that day, and both of the times she said she was busy. What do you make of that?
She didn't want to engage. She was, I think when you look at somebody who is not enthusiastic, and I read that she is unenthusiastic in that she does not immediately rush. She's got a phone. She could potentially go and take her. Here she is familiar with how to use her technology, and she uploads profile pictures quite often. She would know how to go and take a photograph, her top off, and send it to him. She knows how to do that. She has the technological know-how, and she has the equipment. If she was enthusiastic, she would send it straight away. But it isn't sent straight away.
Was it sent?
No, not that I can see. So I think it's, again, looking at the full context of these pictures, like the repeated requests to let's meet up and be intimate. That's not ever done. So I think what you have to look at here is how much enthusiasm is being expressed. How willing is the complainant to do these things? And the overall picture one gets is there is not great enthusiasm, there's not great willingness on her part.
Ms. Patel, we are going to depend a lot on these messages as to what they say. Now, I don't know if I understand you correctly. Are you saying that when she said still busy at work, you must understand that message as saying, actually she was not busy, she was just trying to avoid him? Is that how you want us to interpret it? Or just to take it as his value that indeed she was a worker, she was busy at work?
You can read it at two levels. She was busy at work, but you'll see that sometimes he doesn't respect her even when she says that. But what I want to say is that sometimes when people are not enthusiastic, you need to look at their communication at two levels. There's I think especially when people are in a subordinate position and they can't always be straightforward, you do need to consider the possibility that they might be using this as a valid way to avoid having to say no. You do need to consider that.
But that is what you're doing. You are interpreting it as an excuse to give an explanation. But my question is, when she says, look, I depend on the messages, still busy at work, why doesn't actually mean that she's actually busy at work? And we accept it that way.
We can certainly do that, but I think my point would be to look at, she's often telling him she's busy at work and he still ignores that. that she's not willing to really engage with him. There isn't an enthusiastic engagement because you can stop if you're really keen, you will stop what you're doing at work in order to respond and say yes, this, that, and the other.
So your proposition is when she says still busy at work, we must read something more into it and say it shows that she was not willing to engage him.
It shows that her work was more important to her than him engaging her.
Thank you.
That was more important to her. And even if she uses it after hours, her work, she has other priorities. So what she is saying is that I have other priorities right now.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
My concern was, are you going so far as to say she has got other priorities, right? Because she's busy at work. But are you saying to us we must go beyond that and actually say that message indicates that she was not keen? Is that what you are telling us?
If you look in the overall context, you can put it this way. There are other things that are more of a priority to her than engaging with Judge Mbenenge. You can see this with when she says to him, I need to do my ironing, which is later in it. So there are ways in which she says to him, I am busy with other things, I can't talk to you now, which is saying this is not a priority.
I think you understood my point. I understand what you're saying.
Did she converse with him that day?
No.
All right, you can proceed.
Okay, so we have another couple of days where she's also talking about busy in motion court and urgent that took forever. Talking a little bit about what was taking forever, expressing him expressing respect and appreciation for their work. That kind of conversation for the next few days. Then the next conversation where they go back into more sexual topics is on the 16th of June.
16th of June is on page 1182, Chair. 1182.
So there is a conversation about stress at work, which she's talking about the difficulties with the court manager and how it has left her. And he then says something about, or gives an indication. I'll try and find it. Okay, so it will be at 1723.
Chair, that will be on page 1190.
Maybe, sorry, we should go a little bit earlier to question of the hug. Yeah, so that's at 1715.
1715 is on page 1188, Chair. The 16th of June is a public holiday in South Africa, so this was after hours. What do you make about that? If you have any comments on that?
Well, again, I think it's going back to the fact that it's again blurring these workplace boundaries. Not a work day.
Yes, you wanted to go back to 1715?
So his comment is, I'll be happy and give you a hug. She makes a response about
Just make sure you're.
oh, sorry. She makes comment about you disciplined. Once you have a principle, you'll be like an eagle. And then she commenting directly on the hug, responding or replying to that text. She says the latter is exciting. Maybe it's better. And the evidence she's talking about, it's been a hard day for her. Kind of reassuring hug would be appreciated. And then his response to that is, as long as it won't generate warmth. So suggesting it would be possibly, or implying that it may be more than just a reassuring hug. It could generate some kind of warmth. So she asks, how's that possible? He says it could. And then he says, depends. Please declare upfront, it's not a shame. Which she interpreted him to be meaning, you can be clearer. You can say what you want out of this hug. It's not going to be embarrassing if you say more. And she says, well, some things are better not said. Then he asks at 1724, are you quick to melt? So again, asking about what would, if I'm hugging you, would you be, I'm reading it as back to her, because it's within the context of the discussion around the hug, would you melt quickly? Would your defenses be overcome? Would your desires be aroused? Would you melt would you melt? She says, depends.
What do you make of that answer first? Depends. Are you quick to melt?
It's quite non-committal. It depends on the situation. It's a very neither here nor there response. It doesn't tell you. It's a very general response. Anyone could make it. It depends on what situation. And you can see for him, it's not clear what she's saying. So he says, depends on. This is the first thing you're thinking. So she doesn't respond immediately. Yeah, are you still thinking? Presumably on the depends, which is what he puts underneath. Are you still thinking? It depends on. And then her response is, no, I'm not thinking, I'm cooking. So again, I am doing something else, like I am busy at work, I am cooking. And her response to on is the oven temperature. So he laughs and then deletes her emojis. And then there is him saying, a question he asked and then deletes it, but you can see the question is there because she replies to it. If you happen to have melted step one. So the way I read her response is she's tried to shift, is that firstly she's tried to shift the conversation away from melting and hugs and warmth into, this is what I'm doing right now and it's cooking. I'm cooking right now. So she's tried to shift the conversation away from discussions about melting, warmth, hugs and the liking. And I am cooking right now. It's back to like, I am busy at work. I am now cooking. So she's telling him what she's doing, what she is busy with. His question is about if you happen to have melted step one. And her reply is, it would mean the marinade worked before the meat. So if we look at the context that she's talking about cooking and meat, his point is, if you happen to have melted step one, where I would understand that to mean is step one in your cooking is your marinade. And she's saying, if the marinade melts it before you've cooked it, your meat, then things haven't worked. They said, if you happen to have melted step one, she's marinade has worked before you've even cooked it. So So he agrees.
Here.
1191
1732.
at the bottom of the page, Chair. Yes, you can continue. So you are saying that she tried to shift the conversation in
Yes,
another direction.
Yes, she's talking about her cooking, which she's doing at that time. It's not the first time. She talks about doing other things. This is an example. So I am busy. I am cooking. I am studying. And then there's another point where she talks about ironing. So she's talking about what I am doing right now, what my priorities are right now, what I am doing and thinking about. So he agrees, true. And then he goes back to, if you happen to have melted, step one. He returns to that conversation, and it's the ear with the hearing aid.
That
I'm
is
listening.
on page 1192, Chair, on the top.
At 1733. So he's still listening for an answer to, if you happen to have melted, step one. Now, hi, as she explained, it means no. And then we have the laughing emojis. Then we have a set of 2 deleted messages, and he's still asking, I am listening, and she's giving zipped lips, I'm not saying. And then we have, at another point, he's again asking. Her response, he says, just speak, and she laughs. And then she asks him as a question of clarity, tell me, what is the first step you're talking about? So she is, where I would understand her to be saying this is, you're not clear. What step one are you talking about? So you can see that he's trying to suggest some kind of sexual innuendo with, from this, what if it generates warmth? What if you melt? There is an attempt to perhaps infuse a certain sexuality into the conversation. And she is not hearing that. So she's saying to him, tell me, what is this first step you are talking about? She's asking him to be very explicit. What do you mean? And then he answers, position one. So she's again says to him, being, stop riddle. His answer, I'm assuming, because she has copied it as a reply, is assuming melting occurs evenly. So she's saying, yes, that's not disputed, which is not really saying anything, assuming melting occurs evenly. So he's back. So his answer is presumably position one of action. So it's back to shifting it back into a sexual register. So she's saying to him, what has a name? He must have presumed, one assumes he may have responded, because you have 2 deleted messages and then the question and you.
That is on page 1194, Chair.
So him asking and you suggests that he may have given what his favorite positions were. I've told you now, I'm assuming, could be wrong, but it suggests he may have, usually when you do that in conversation, I've told you, now you tell me. And you? Her response is, again, not to tell him, to say, oh, there is no space on my phone. And I don't want these messages to be seen. So she's still not telling him. She's just saying, I'm deleting them. He agrees with her, and then he returns. Position one of action, he's listening. I'm coming back to this. This is repeatedly bringing her back to this point of, I want to know. There is some more. Yeah. Then there is again listening, and then there is a message that it seems like he might have deleted because she's replying to it, but I can't find it in the text, is where he says, I do, ellipses, come. The way it's spelt implies ejaculate. But his wording underneath there is, I do delete them rather. And then he covers his eyes. And then again he asks the question, whichever position might come first.
Okay, that's on 1195.
So he's now asked quite repeatedly, which is your favorite position? And she has either tried to divert the conversation, or she has said, I am deleting things off my phone. She's not responding to the question. He's asked it now a couple of times. So now she does respond, but you can see from the questions that follow, it's not the answer he wants. Her answer is, I'll go with whatever, but there's a word I like, surprise. So she's not telling him. She's saying, you can surprise me, but that's an answer that also doesn't tell him what her favorite position is. So he responds with a lol. And then he persists because you can see that he wants a specific answer. So he persists. But you can't not have a favorite position. So he wants a particular answer out of her, even though she has given him an answer. It's surprise. But he doesn't want that answer. So the way one can interpret some of the ways he keeps on repeating these questions is that he wants a particular answer. And if he doesn't get it, he continues to ask it until he gets something. So then we go back to, but you can't not have a favorite position. Then the listening ear. And then, I'm just asking at the level of naughty talk chat. Then again the ear. So, and then zzz, presumably indicating falling asleep. So here we have her last response is at 6:15, or 18:16. He's asked at 18:39, he said lol, with you can't not have a favorite position, followed up by the listening ear. Then at 18:48, he's asked again, purely at the level of naughty talk chat. Then he's put the ear again at 18 minutes past 8. And then he's done his zzz at just after 11 o'clock, 19 minutes past 11. So he's asked her and she has not responded. She has said nothing. And then on the 17th of June, it looks as if he's picked up the conversation again. He starts off the 17th with, they say you do not get into them. So since you get into positions, I'm assuming that he's still referring back to the previous night's conversation.
Just to be clear, are you now on 17 June at 1938?
Yes.
What we got during the evidence was that he told her that she must not go to work.
Oh, okay.
So that it is not in relation to the previous
Okay.
conversation.
So at any rate, the last conversation ends with him commenting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times and her not responding. And then she's again commenting on what's happening at work. So I think if you look at the conversation, you can see there are up to 14 questions, at least, if not more, that he's asked her about melting and positions. So they've been repeated in various ways because he wants to know. And the best he could get out of her was surprise. But you could see that's not as satisfactory because it's followed up again. So we go back to 17th of June, which still continues with the conversations about positions. And it starts at 21:27.
That will be on page 1198, Chair.
Mm.
Yes, you can continue.
So now, I mean, she's already told him it's been a rough day at work. And she's talked about the urgent application and the strike. So at 21:27, he goes back to, where were we last night? We were warming up. And her response is, oh no, are you still referring to that? That, again, is like, oh no, are we going there again? Are you still talking about that? I thought that was the implication I read from this is, are you still talking about that? That was yesterday's conversation. Are you still going on about that? And I think one can read, she's not thrilled to go back to that because she never answered him. He continued asking questions about her favorite position, and that's how the evening ended. And he was still asking her, and she was not responding. So she's, which if you're being asking those questions and somebody's not responding, that's not something they necessarily want to respond to. And I think that's reinforced by her saying, "Are you still referring to that?" And him saying, "Purely because we were about to land." This is quite, I think, here there seems to be him assuming that there was something mutual going on. Because where were we last night? We were warming up. This ignores the fact that she said she gave him the answer of surprise and then did not respond to him again. So there isn't that much mutuality going on. Because we were about to land. Even though she did not respond to him, he is still seeming to think that there was something mutual going on there, that she was telling him what her favorite position was. And then her response is, the exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep. So I'm extremely tired. I want to go to sleep. This is not the time for the conversation. And then it gets into set of conversations about who's getting up at what hour of the morning to go to work or to write a judgment. And then at 9:30, she says, understood, and it has the embarrassed monkey emoji. He has these Halo Angel emoji and smile hug face. And then a set of messages with one saying BJ equals, presumably meaning blowjob, and this is how, from the evidence, it appears that how the complainant understood it.
That's on page 1200, Chair.
At 21:32. So although she has told him that she's tired, she's exhausted, it's been a long day, he is still continuing to message her. And it would seem from this, it has sexual content as well. She responds at 21:34, not to worry about that. Another deleted message. She says something about length. He says, okay. And then she finishes off by saying, I was still busy, sorry. So presumably explaining why she's not responding to him. So on the 18th of June, at, 52 minutes after midnight indicates that he's still waiting for some sort of response.
That's on 1201, Chair. One. Yes?
She's getting ready for work. And then this again appears to be a sexual suggestion around especially rear things. Am I wrong? Not at all. Again, you're writing and deleting, but you know I'm busy. So again, she's saying to me, this is distracting. And he says he's distracting because he doesn't want to distract. Okay. So then we get to 20th of June.
Chair, that would be on 1202 in the middle, but then it jumps over to 1203. It's continuing there.
So we go to 22-23. 2022-23.
Sorry, say again, 2223.
Yeah.
Of the respondents' messages.
Mm.
It's 1203, Chair. It's on the bottom of the page. Yes.
He says, we had not finished our conversation. So that presumably he's referring back to favorite positions. She does the embarrassed, and he says underneath there the other day. So there's previous comments about our conversation, we were about to land, etc. That's the meaning one takes from that. So she has her embarrassed monkey emoji and face, and I am so lazy. Looking at her evidence in chief, the interpretation seems to be settled on, I don't really want to get into this. I don't really want to have this discussion. Then he sends her a picture which she comments on as him being cute. And then to do what? You make me shy. In what way? And then we get to her saying, I'm in East London, it would be better if we could meet face to face.
Chair, that will be on page 1206.
So why this conversation becomes important is now there is a meeting, a possible meeting, and it's the purpose of the meeting. Why would we be meeting? What would we be doing if we were to meet? So in East London, where she's working, retirement of her grandmother, and then he goes from, so it's 10:30 from her, talking about the retirement of her judge. He says, okay. And then he jumps from the meeting straight into, you reckon we can be intimate this week?
Chair, that would be on page 1208 on top. Yes.
You reckon we can be intimate this week? I don't know what her response is. It looks like a sticker of some sort. And then he follows up at 22:32 to say, I'm just asking. And her response is to say, go and read the first word in the Causa Bible of Psalms 1, verse 1. So the way I understand this is she knows him to be religious. She's reminding him of that and referring him to read the Bible. She's giving him, the Bible is a guide to moral conduct. So when you refer people back to the Bible, you are often, one of the things you are doing is you are reminding them of moral behavior and what does the Bible say about what is moral and how we should behave.
She also said the reason why she referred him to that specific verse in the Causa Bible was because of the first word.
Yes. And she actually says that in her WhatsApp. And he says, he obviously doesn't go and look. But says, what does it say? Please remind me. And she says, I wanted you to Google or peruse it. I wanted you to go and read it. I wanted you to see for yourself.
That's on page 1209, Chair. Please. Sorry, you can continue.
Okay, so his response is at 22:34 about not associating with evildoers. So even if he leaves the word no, he's got the gist of it. Can we be intimate? And her response is, don't associate with evildoers. That's not exactly a sign of, that's not enthusiastic yes to what he's just asked. Wow. So again, explain. She says Psalms 1 verse 1 in capitals. Hi, no. So she's very clear. To his response, you reckon we can be intimate? No.
If you reach a convenience point.
Yes, it's almost lunchtime, so just maybe finish this conversation
Sure.
where you think it's appropriate for us to adjourn for the lunch break.
Yeah. There is also, so there's that. Then there is, I'm at East London. It would be better if we could meet face to face. So he's pointing up again about the meeting. She then goes and Googles, blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked. So that's another way of saying that after she has said no, that the person who stays away from the wicked ones is blessed. She says to him, we should look at each other, not be intimate. So she's saying to him, I would meet with you, but it's under these conditions. It's that we look at each other. We are not intimate. So she's being very clear. No, I am not going to be intimate with you, but if we do meet, it will be to look at each other. It will not be anything. It will not be anything other than that. Let me go back to him waiting for an answer, fanning himself, or a gif of a man fanning himself, and again saying, what he's previously said, what if we melt, which is not impossible. So he suggested, what if our feelings overcome each other? And then, which would be reinforced by the picture of the man fanning himself, presumably being overcome by heat and emotion. And she responds to his comment of, it's not impossible with, it is impossible. So she has been quite clear. No, don't associate yourself with wicked people, with evildoers. It is impossible. But we can meet in order to speak. Then it continues. She says to me, getting the picture of the man fanning himself. You're getting provoked very early. And then he says to her, but why do you say it's impossible? And then he goes back to say to her, are you provoking? She's saying it's principle. And then he continues on with, I was going to give you this from the picture of the banana emoji.
That is on page 1213, Chair, at 2245.
She has said to him, no, it's impossible. We can meet, but it won't be intimate. We can look at each other. And he's continuing with, but I was going to give you this one, the banana, presumably meaning the penis. And her response is, Honourable Member, don't do that. It's an expression of disapproval. And then he concludes with, you want us to just be friends? He's again listening for a response. She's saying, you're quiet. And she says, I don't have any answers. I'm just trying to see what I can do to wrap up quickly.
We can continue with this one after lunch,
Okay,
if,
all right,
if you feel that it's more appropriate. If you have
because
more
it's
to say
quite
about.
a long. I don't want to gloss over and jump things.
Thank you. We can then continue then with this after lunch.
We'll come back quarter to 2.
Thank you, Chair. We are ready to continue after lunch. Ms. Vetten, I think we must change our approach a little bit. I think you must take a day of messages and give us your expert opinion on how you viewed those messages, and maybe just refer us to examples of what you mean by saying that. So if we can go back to the 20th of June. We were already on page 1213 of volume 3, Chair. 1213.
Yes.
How did you view what is your expert opinion on the conversations happening on Father's Day, the 20th of June, 2021?
So here I see her trying quite hard to resist him.
Sorry, you must just mention who's.
Okay. So here I see the complainant working quite hard to resist the respondent, in that she twice tells him no in capital letters. So there's the no and the hi, and then it is impossible. So she is making it very clear there will be no intimacy. They can meet and they can look at each other in the eye and they can speak, but there will be no intimacy and there will not be any melting. But what I also see is him not taking no for an answer. That the repetition of the questions, to the point where he sends a banana emoji after she said no, to her remonstrating with him, honourable member, is this attempt to keep on trying to get her to some sort of a yes or an agreement. Then I want to just look again at the ending of the 20th of June, where it again looks like we're going back to the photographs. And it's, I think, one of the reasons why you can again see her using silence and evasion, or just trying to ignore him. So if we look at the 2306,
That will be on page 1221.
yeah. So she's again using the tactic of saying, I'm busy with something else. At 2305, she says, I'm ironing.
1221. Yes, she says she's ironing.
Yes, and he says, the response is, you said so, let me see, please. So one is assuming that that comes from the slightly earlier conversation at 2302, where she has said Jesus, presumably meaning Jesus, and his is, why put it this way, looks delicious. So it's obviously a picture he has sent that has induced some sort of, if you say Jesus to something, that's presumably induced some kind of shock. Which would link to his let me see, please. He's asking to see something of hers. He then shows embarrassed emojis, and then he's looking again, and then he's putting his hands up in question and saying, I'll wait, please reciprocate. And her response is, I forgot to log out. So I forgot to leave. I should not be getting these messages anymore. I meant not to be here anymore. So it's not responding to what he's saying of, let me see, I'll wait, please reciprocate. And then he asks, meaning, I can't hear you. And her response is, sleep well and dream. So here he is persisting, and she is, I should have logged out of WhatsApp. I should still be answering your questions, to sleep well. So it's her way of saying, I'm not going to reciprocate. I'm not giving this to you. And then again, don't be tricky. this idea that she is being evasive. I then want to look at 29th of June.
Chair, that will be on 1233.
So the conversation starts, we look at 8:14. It's about, it deals with a picture of the woman with the hoe.
Let us just. I think the date is wrong. Can we just get the date again?
29th of June.
No, it's for July.
Oh, sorry.
It's for July, so it will be 1238, Chair. One, 238. The 4th of July, and it is 8:10. The picture. Are you referring to that picture of the lady with a hoe?
Yes. And then if you go to the time, it's 08:14. He's again, he's asking the question, but you are like this.
That will be on 1239.
Yeah.
Yes.
Asking if she's like that, and she says she doubts it. And your imagination is perhaps taking hold of you. And then he's asking, he says at 8:16.
Can you just speak louder?
Oh, sorry. At 8:16, he's saying, let us see.
That is on 1240, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you make of that?
Let us see that he's possibly asking for a photograph again. And her response is 08:16, no. Hi. You have what it takes. She just laughs and doesn't respond to that. Then there is another final request for a photograph, quite explicitly, on 7 July.
At what time?
Sorry. All right. So on the 18th of July, 1948.
Chair, that's on 1261.
She says, good night. An indication that the conversation is over. He responds, wow, and then deletes the message. But because she's replying to it immediately below, one can assume the message was, please send juicy picture before you sleep. So if one adds that to some of the previous questions, he's probably made about 12 requests for a photograph. And her response is,
You lost me. Where are you?
I am on at 1949.
It's,
49 time
it's on
wise.
1262, Chair.
So if we look at this with the very first, if we look at this at the very first time he engaged her on the 8th of June, there are about 11 requests there for a photograph, which she has said no to, which she has not obliged him with. And she has found various ways of, will do, I don't have any, whatever. But you can see by here, she still hasn't sent him a photograph, and he's asking again. Please send a juicy picture before you sleep. That was presumably the message that he deleted, that she replied to. And her response is, I do not have them. So that's an indication of consistent requests for photographs that she is not obliging, that she is not responding to and not obliging him with such pictures. So I'm just jumping. Sorry if I'm taking time. I don't just want to find the exact place so that you don't have to have me go through all of this all over again. Okay, so 7th of July. I think here is another example where he is asking her to reciprocate and she's not.
That would be on 1243, Chair.
Mm-hmm. At 1852. So he's.
Sorry, 1243.
That's correct, Chair.
So it's not the first time he's asked her to reciprocate with photographs or information. Now it seems like he wants her to reciprocate with a heart, indicating some sort of emotional affection. Now, whatever he's deleted, I don't know, was, but the comment related to that is, you are like that. We do not get along because of that. So she is telling him, we don't get along. And then he asks, what have I done?
That's on the next page,
Page,
Chair,
yeah.
1244.
She also makes a comment out of being worried about him as well, without saying what it necessarily is. And then she concludes the discussion by saying, when you at 1950 at 10 to 8, 1951, when you run out of sleep, please write about GBV for me.
That's on page 1246, Chair.
He says, I am totally opposed to it. And so she asks him to please write an assignment on it for her. I mean, it's a bit like her asking him to go and read the Bible. It's like it's asking him to sit, instead of her telling him, don't do this, don't do that. It's, you go and reflect on this. Let us see what you are thinking about this. She's giving him an assignment. She's not just asking him to write an assignment for her. It's an assignment she's giving him, a way to ask him to reflect on his conduct. And then if we look at 18th of July, so I think this is an example of where she is now in her previous chats, she's not given him specific sexual information. I mean, he's tried very hard to get her favorite sexual position out of her, but she doesn't tell him. And he repeatedly continues to ask for it. So the example of the 18th of July is a time when she does engage, I think, most openly in a sexualized conversation with him, which you can read as a kind of accommodation, because she has repeatedly said to him, no, 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 or I am not telling you, or just ignored him and just kept silent. And he has continued to ask. So I read this as, okay, I'm going to tell you something sexual in order to satisfy you. So if we look at, so this is where she has been off sick. On the 18th of July, and he has been sending her videos. So then starting at 1930.
That's on 1256, Chair.
Yeah. It seems as if you do not want us to go in depth into things, and he talks about half insertion. I mean, eventually. And then she responds, and her response then at 1932 is that foreplay kindles.
That's on page 1257, Chair.
that before Bush, so foreplay kindles, before Bush burns the ground, a small part starts to burn. So she's kind of giving the suggestion that this is it comes across as that she's giving the sense that this is a kind of foreplay. It's giving him some kind of response and interaction. And then he asks slowly, and she says, please. And he also makes another comment at 1933, and long Tom is okay for you, presumably referring to intercourse. She says, of course. So here is probably the most sexually overt commentary that they have engaged in. And then she redirects it. I did not tell you, I am currently off sick. It turned out I have stress and I fell at 1934. So then the question does move off onto the question of the court manager and the difficulties. And then he reverts again at 1942 to be asking, by the way, are you tender? Which again seems to be shifting it back into sexual. So she's tried to take it back to things aren't going so well. I'm sick, I'm on stress. Then he brings it back to, are you tender? And he says, so what are you going to do with the rough ride? So presumably again referring to sex. I'll pass it once, and the response is, I'll pass it once I am myself. Again, a sexual engagement. So there again, you can see her accommodating him, giving him some tidbits of sexual conversation, then trying to direct it away to, I have got stressed.
The rough ride, that's on another day's conversation.
There are two times that it makes reference to rough ride.
Yeah. At what, I just need to refer them to the page. What time was that?
That is at 1943.
Oh, that's on page 1260, Chair, on the bottom, the third message from the bottom.
I think in their very first encounter, he asks her, or exchange, he asks her if she's a night rider or a rider.
The third message from the bottom, 1943.
Yeah.
Just start again. What did you want to say about this messages?
So she talked about stress, and then as a way of redirecting the conversation onto another topic. And then at 1942, he's brought it back with, by the way, you are tender, which seems to bring it once again, a sexual connotation back into the conversation. She replies, very. And then he deletes what looks like, what are you going to do with the rough ride? Which again appears to be making a reference to sex. And she says, I will pass it once I am myself. And then there is another bit of conversation about deleting text. And then it ends off with the conversation I referred to previously about sending juicy pictures before she falls asleep. So we have an example there of her trying to accommodate by going to somewhat more detail around sex and engaging with him. Then she tries to redirect by saying, by the way, do you know that I'm off sick? And she talks again about the impact on herself and stress. And then we shift once again back into sexual content and him asking for juicy pictures of herself that she has clearly not ever provided. And so is a repeated request that dates back from their very first encounter. So, I mean, I think also just to say, one is reading this retrospectively. So you look at it in light of what you know, And that's how one starts to think that when she's saying to him, because she is the subordinate here, it is more difficult to be open and direct about what she would like to say. So there can be two levels of the conversation going on. And in order to see whether you should be reading for those two levels, especially when you are looking at something retrospectively, that is why you would then be looking for patterns to see on balance. What is somebody doing here consistently? And what is consistent is her saying, I am busy, I am working, I am ironing, I am cooking. Much more so than he does, which gives the impression that for her, engaging with him is far less of a priority than it is for him. And it opens the suggestion that she is using work, even though it's after hours, and other things as a way not to have to engage with him. When you are dealing with situations of power imbalances, one does need to be sensitive to the fact that somebody is possibly communicating in this way, especially if it's repeated. If somebody is consistently unavailable, you should be thinking, well, maybe this is not that interesting for them. Even in an ordinary dating context, if you are repeatedly messaging somebody and they're taking hours to get back to you, or maybe the next day, I mean, the expression is maybe they're just not that interested in you. So when knowing the hindsight, when looking at this as a totality and looking at the number of times somebody's saying, I'm busy, I'm not available, the impression you are left with is that this is not a priority for them. And that this person is trying to look at ways to engage, to communicate that this is not a priority, or that they have other things to do rather than this. Especially, and I think also if you have an engagement with somebody over time, and they repeatedly tell you they're going to give you something and they don't, like the photographs, that is something that should make you pause. Why is this person telling me I'm going to do it, but they never do it? The same with the questions about what is your favorite sexual position. If it's repeatedly asked and and the person doesn't give an answer, then the question that should raise is, why is this person not wanting to tell me? They do not want to tell me. They're not giving me the answer I want. So I think that's the importance of looking at evidence in totality and looking for patterns, is to see what could this be suggestive of.
So just to sum that up, in your expert opinion, was Ms. Mbenenge a willing participant in these conversations or not?
No. She comes across as reluctant and unenthusiastic, and always busy with something else. I don't know how much clearer you can be than when you say no to somebody. And that is said a couple of times. No, that's not possible. It's not going to happen. So, I mean, you can see that there is somebody staking boundaries. And I mean, just the fact that if somebody persistently asks you for something and you don't give it to them, you don't want to. So this comes across as reluctant and unwilling, and outright no at times.
And just to tie it all up together, based on your analysis, Ms. Mbenge's interactions, some people do frown upon the way she reacted. How does her reactions relate to other victims in the same position as her, or women in the same position as her?
A lot of what she does you see with other women. I think one of the things you have to bear in mind is that all women, or anybody actually who's being harassed, do not respond in the same way. We have to accept that. We would like all women to stand up, or men, or transgender, whoever people would say, stop this, it offends me, do not do it again. We'd like it. That's the ideal. But that doesn't happen. And so therefore, the point about we have to understand why that doesn't happen. We also have to accept that some people are more assertive and more confident than others. And so we have to look at the different ways in which people try to express themselves. And I think this is why the concept of coercive circumstances has come into effect, in order to understand how is it that somebody is communicating something. What are the constraints in operation that makes it difficult for them to be clear? We cannot, I mean, and I think the law might even have an expression. We have to take our victims as we find them. Some victims will not be assertive. Some victims may occasionally do things that, if you aren't them, look to be unwise. I mean, there are cases where somebody will say, I had sex with him that in the hope if I did, he would stop pestering me, he would leave me alone. But that doesn't stop the harassment. So, I mean, there are lots of choices that we make, and we have to look at the context in which people make those choices in order to evaluate what they do, and bear in mind that all women are not the same, and that also a situation like this, being harassed by somebody very senior, is going to be a very unfamiliar one. It doesn't happen to you every single day of the week. The experience to know how to deal with it is not going to be there. So you may do things in a range of different ways that until you try and figure out what's going on, because you don't have the necessary experience and knowledge to know what to do. I mean, you can get some women who get very angry and shout and go off and scream. You know, you get a multitude of responses, and you have to understand what is it that prompted someone to behave in this way. Why did they think this was their best option? Again, accepting that we can't always have everybody behave in the way we'd like.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Vetten. Ms. Vetten, I'm going to try to really just focus my questions, because you've given extensive evidence today, and I think you've covered a large part of what I had hoped you would cover. You talk about, in your evidence, about workplace boundaries. Let's assume for a moment that it is ever appropriate for a judge president to have a relationship with the secretary. Assume that for a moment. What do we expect of consensual workplace relationships? What would you have hoped to see if this was a consensual workplace relationship?
I think if this was consensual, let's start with the pictures. It would be an explanation of why I want pictures of you. There is never any, it's just, I want pictures of you. Well, what do you want to do with them? If there was a consensual relationship, we'd expect a little bit of, let's get to know each other a little bit. I would like these things from you. Do you mind giving them to me? And this is what I want to do with them. But when you start off by saying, give me pictures, preferably without your top on, the first question that comes to mind, what do you want to do with them? Is your plan to masturbate over them? Why do you want to look at me without my top off? Those would be the sorts of questions that would go through my head. So it would be an explanation of, this is why I am asking you this. Are you comfortable with this? Can we continue? It would be it would definitely be a conversation, I think, and especially in a workplace. It would have to start with an expression. It would have to start with an acknowledgement of, I am interested in you. Now, presumably, if the judge is married, he can't. That's not a conversation you can have unless you've told your wife, I am interested in a secretary in my workplace, and I'd like to pursue a relationship with her. So that's already the first difficulty you have, is that he's not going to be able to ask that question up front. But, nonetheless, he could still say to her, I'd like to pursue a relationship with you, or I find you interesting. So you make up front that this is how I feel about you. And then what do you think and what do you feel about that? Are you in a position to do that? And I think, ideally, this is what is recommended when you work with, and it's the same thing in university where you're going to have these relationships. If they're going to exist, you need to declare them up front because of the potential for the personal to blur into the workplace and because of the difficulties that can happen. Now, let's say that there was a genuine liking at one point, and then the two of them fall out, or the one continues to have feelings for the one, but the other no longer reciprocates. You can create a very difficult workplace environment under those circumstances. There can be tension, there can be atmosphere. You've got to make sure that the people are not in the same room because it poisons everything around them. People feel they have to take sides. So typically what you would suggest is that if people are going to have workplace regulations, they do need to be regulated. And often you need to perhaps ask that they are declared up front so that you know and that you don't have this potential for allegations of favoritism, special opportunities being given to someone, special opportunities for advancement. And if things go sour, that the workplace is not poison for other people and for themselves.
You are allowed to be brief.
Okay,
In your
sure. So those are examples of the kinds of things that you would look at if you're wanting to have consensual relationships.
And are there specific things that you would look for where the relationship was specifically between a very senior and a very junior employee?
You would certainly start from the outset of asking about this, and I think having a frank conversation about what would happen if this doesn't work out. What is the level of your interest? But you always have to be mindful that that person might not be 100% honest with you because of their fears as to what may happen if this doesn't work out, and that they may lose their job, and their fear of, if I am honest with you, how might you respond?
Okay. Now, if I understand your evidence, Ms. Mengo did not, how you interpreted the WhatsApps was that she did not want to send naked pictures of herself to the judge president, and that her conduct should be seen as deferring, trying to defer having to send those
And
or detract
avoid.
from those and avoid. Okay. Is it possible that when she's doing that, because we see that she does that again and again and again, and as you pointed out in your evidence, she never did send any naked pictures of herself despite these many requests. Is it possible that this is her way of trying to avoid having to be rude to the judge president by saying something like, please leave me alone. I'm not going to send you anything.
It is. It's trying to walk a fine line between complying but not complying. So saying you will, but your actions saying something different.
Yes. And so it would be reasonable for a woman in her position to be nervous about saying an outright no or an outright what would be maybe perceived as a rude response to his request.
Very definitely.
All right. Now, we've spent many, many, many hours in this tribunal dissecting and analyzing Ms. Mengo's conduct, how she behaved, what she said, what she didn't say. And we seem to be trying to evaluate her against a standard of what I like to call a perfect victim. And you've alluded to this in the very last part of your evidence in chief. How does the tribunal have to evaluate your response? So let's take a step back. Your response was women respond in different ways to sexual harassment, particularly where there's a balance of or an imbalance of power. You said women respond differently and no one woman responds in the same way. Can I take it that your evidence is that there is no correct way to respond?
Yes, because I don't think there is a blueprint for human conduct. There's the ideal, how we would like somebody to respond. But I think if all of us were measured against the ideal, probably almost all of us would fall short at some point in life. So I think there's what you'd like, but you have to take human frailty into account.
Yes. But what does what in this case, what is a judge president? What ought he to have done in that context? The reason I'm asking this is because there is an argument that the judge president thought she consented. What should he have done in this context with your review of all of the WhatsApps? What was appropriate for him to have thought about the engagement and to have done?
Well, I think as a judge, as somebody who must make decisions around consent, who,
Sorry, go ahead. I think that was just
an
one
echo,
of
yeah.
them.
So as somebody who must make these kinds of decisions, who must also manage people, you needed to have thought about what are the possible implications of this. Should I even go there? You are the person in the more powerful position. And as I say, with power comes great responsibility. So for that reason, you do need to be thinking about what could be the possible consequences of my conduct because of the nature of my role. I am a moral authority as a judge and a legal authority, and I'm sometimes required to make decisions over these matters. In addition to being an overall sort of manager of the courts or guidance, president, and overseer, I need to think very carefully about how my role does my conduct accord with my role? What does my role demand of me? Because people look to see me in a particular light. And because of this position I hold, I need to be very mindful of the fact that somebody may not be in a position to consent. You need to, ideally, one should have thought about that carefully and had the conversation, but I mean, and to have been prepared to have been rejected. And when somebody said no, to have said, okay, and left it. Not to have come back again and again and again to ask. And I think also when you are seeing somebody who is not always direct, isn't clear, and is evasive, and who you yourself call tricky, is to ask the question as to why is this person not giving me what I want? Is it because they don't want to? You need to ask yourself the possibility of, could this person not have been consenting because of my position?
Okay. You raised the issue of consent. I want to talk about that for a moment. We'll come back to the Judge President's conduct. In your evidence, you said that there are circumstances in which a complainant's conduct may look like consent, but may not in fact be true consent. And that to evaluate whether it was true consent, the consent needed to be meaningful and substantial. And you needed to look at context. Am I summarizing correctly? Okay. Now, we know that the definition of sexual harassment refers to unwanted sexual conduct. In fact, it does not refer to consent. So how does this tribunal reconcile the concept of consent and all of the evidence that you've led on this notion of consent with the definition of sexual harassment, which is what they need to adjudicate?
So, to once, I would see the words as falling within the same family. So, if you want something, it is something that you wish to have happen to you, you desire it. So, if you don't want it to happen to you, you do not desire it, it's not your choice. It's something you do not elect. It's not something you wish to have happen to you. So that is where I think there is a relationship to consent, because consent is about, do you wish for this to happen? Are you agreeing to this? So if you're wanting something, you are presumably agreeing to it. And if you're wanting something, you're also actively seeking it. So if you are not consenting you are not wanting something. You don't want to engage in this. If there are choices here, this is a choice you are making, this is what you want, this is what you do not want. So they are related. And I mean, I think one of the ways in which you tell whether you know if somebody wants something is, can they choose it? Are they in a position to choose what they want? So that's, I think, is this question of choosing, being able to pursue what it is you wish or desire or want.
Yes. Now, if I look at the WhatsApps, I count about 12 instances in which Ms. Mengo said no in response to a request for something sexual, a request for intimacy or photographs. And that's not including all of the times that she avoided. Was it reasonable, in light of what you've just said about consent and how one evaluates consent, was it reasonable in your expert opinion for the judge president to continue to pursue her or assume consent and assume that she wanted a sexual relationship with her in this context?
No, because it then raises the question of, well, why are we telling women to say no, or you should have said no? And when they do, that's still not good enough. What else must you do to communicate that you do not want this to continue? And what is wrong with no? Why is no not good enough? If somebody has told you no, why do you continue to persist? I mean, it can leave, if somebody has said no so many times and it's being disregarded, it can leave you feeling powerless. What else must you do in order to communicate that this is not what you want? It's not what you choose. It makes a mockery of the notion of consent, actually. Because when is anybody ever consenting, even when you say no? That means that's an invitation to continue and ask again.
Yes, because one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, how many times should Ms. Mengo have said no? And what I mean by that is, what does one do with a situation like this where you have WhatsApp conversations that last for about 8.5 months? So it's not a one-off or, two occasions when that this tribunal has to evaluate. This is a whole series of conversations over 8.5 months. And there are many times when she says no, but there are also times when she gives in and she engages in sexual banter. What does her behavior then mean that there was no sexual harassment if she didn't say no every single time that she was asked for something sexual?
No, I mean, I think again, and I think this is the point that the Act makes. The fact that you might have agreed to something before doesn't mean you're agreeing to it in perpetuity and you're agreeing to it the next time. So the fact that you might have engaged in a little bit of sexual banter once doesn't necessarily mean you can continue with it again, as I understand the code. It's saying that don't assume that because you agree to one or you play along with something, that means you're going to play along indefinitely. Plus, I think there has to be a recognition of the fact that people change their minds. This is not a contract where if you have agreed to or engaged in something once, you have now signed a contract to say we can continue doing this. So I think, human engagement is about reading how the other person is responding, and trying to understand, if you're approaching another person as an equal, you are looking at how are we engaging, how are we interacting, is your behavior communicating agreement, disagreement, how do I adapt, how do you adapt, how do I tell you what to do differently, etc. So that it is actually an interaction and an exchange. If you behave as if the other person is simply there to be and do what you wish, then you are not recognizing them as another full human being. You're not taking into account the fact their wishes, desires, and the fact that these may change.
Well, that then leads me to my last question. The chairperson of this tribunal asked you a question earlier about the many times in which the judge president asked for naked photographs, and where Ms. Mengo responded to say, I will do it. I will provide it to you. And I hope I'm summarizing the question correctly, but the suggestion was that one should look at her response. I will do it. I will give you the question, and that it was therefore reasonable for him to take that at face value and assume that she was going to do it. Am I understanding I want to give you an opportunity to explain your response, because I'm not sure that I was clear about what your response was to the chairperson about that particular engagement.
I think you can take, and this is the point about looking at things in context and where there's engagement over time. If you had only met somebody once and they said, I'll do it, it's reasonable for you to take that at face value. But if they don't do it, and they don't do it, and they don't do it, or there's always an excuse why they're not doing it, then the possibility should enter your mind that maybe I'm being strung along, or this person doesn't really want to do this. But I'm asking for something, I've asked repeatedly, they're not doing it. There is a conflict in their what they say and what they do. So that's where, you have to start thinking, I can't necessarily take what this person says at face value. If that clarifies.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Burton, I'm going to start with the first thing you said. You told the tribunal that apart from your vast papers you've written, you actually have testified as an expert in matters of this nature. Is that right?
Yes.
And can I put this to you that you've testified in those matters, not as a supporter of a complainant, but an expert and intellectual helping a tribunal reach a decision, right?
Correct.
And I'm going to put a couple of things to you that you should know then, because you've testified as an expert before. Would you agree with me let me set these principles as an expert, just as principles of expert evidence. Do you agree that expert evidence presented should be seen to be an independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to form or content by the exigencies of litigation? Do you agree with that principle in your
If you
experience?
can go into what you mean by the exigencies of litigation.
I'm saying you don't have to support one side. You come as an expert, as an intellectual, because you are independent, you are honest, you are frank, you are giving an analysis, but you are not supporting one side in litigation.
Yes, that is the purpose of expert testimony. It's to be a subject expert.
Please, ma'am, just give me an answer. Don't. I'm saying, do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. The next is an expert witness should provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters within his or her expertise. Do you agree?
That is a general principle.
Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. Do you agree that this means that an expert actually should not come to a forum in order to support a particular litigant? Because that is the job of the tribunal, to make a decision, or the job of the different lawyers. Your job is to give a frank, honest, objective, unbiased opinion.
That is correct.
An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his or her opinion is based.
That is correct.
An expert should not omit to consider material which could detract from his concluded opinion.
That is correct.
Do you agree with me that an expert who omits things that they think may not be consistent with their finding or conclusion is not an independent expert?
That would be correct.
Yeah. So an expert who has large chunks of things he or she omits because they are not consistent with a particular line of his conclusions cannot be trusted.
That is overdrawing an opinion. I think there needs to be asked why things, what has been looked at and what has not been
Ma'am,
looked
you are
at.
a witness. You're not going to be an expert with my questions. I'm asking you. You cannot trust an expert witness who omits large chunks of things that are not consistent with the conclusion she wants to make. She must consider everything that is found in the record in order to give an intellectual input. She must assess, including the things that may not be consistent with what she or he likes.
As a general statement,
Well, as a specific statement?
Same thing. It's a general statement. You need to give a specific example.
No, I'm saying if you omit certain things, it will impact on your opinion, on your evidence as an expert who's supposed to be independent.
As a general point, yes.
And so a tribunal cannot and should never trust an expert who supports a particular version or who is sympathetic towards a particular version in that litigation. You should agree with me.
As a general point,
Ma'am, you keep saying as a general point, you want us to engage in this, you're trying to be clever with me. I'm asking you, a tribunal should not, Lisa Vetten, you are an intellectual and I respect you. And I think this is something we must engage in. That a tribunal calls an expert not to support a litigant, but to give them what they don't have, which is an expert objective opinion that takes into account a variety of incidents that have happened that are found in the record. Surely you know this.
no, that I would agree with. If there's what there is in the record, that is what one goes on.
And so the expert who cherry picks, if we find in litigation that the expert cherry picks what suits them, what is sort of consistent with what they want, cannot be trusted by a tribunal.
I was asked to give evidence on sexual harassment. And looking at the general context in which sexual harassment occurs, that is how I read the record.
You remember my question to you?
I'm explaining to you, when you're asking about omitting, there are particular things you're going to look for because you're being asked to look in relation to sexual
You remember
harassment.
my question, Ms. Vetten? Please, I don't want to be rude to you. And I don't want you to try to be smart with me. Let's be civil with each other. What was my question?
Your question was whether or not it was about the omission of evidence and whether or not people can be trusted if they omit
Yeah,
evidence.
Yes, I'm saying, should a tribunal trust a so-called expert or intellectual who cherry picks rather than look at every aspect and give an analysis? Should they trust an intellectual like that or an expert? Because we're not experts here, you are. And we must trust you. Should a tribunal, as a general point, trust an expert who cherry picks and omits certain things in order to support one side?
I suggest an amendment to the question, unless it is a quotation. How about replacing trust with rely? Can the tribunal rely?
Chair, I'll use the words you prefer. But I think they mean the same, because in order to rely on something, you must trust the person who gives you the opinion. But if you prefer rely, that's fine. Can a tribunal, you agree with me that a tribunal, any tribunal, should not trust someone who is an expert who cherry picks certain things and omits others to suit a particular interpretation?
I think I've said to you as a general point, no, you can't.
Ma'am, you keep saying as a general point, then you must be able to tell me what's the other side, which is a specific point.
No, it's the principle. I'm agreeing with you. That's the principle.
Okay, yeah, so please, when I ask whether you agree or not, just tell me you agree, because I don't know what you mean when you say as a general point. The last principle on this that I want to check with you is, and that's where I'm going to go after this, if an expert's opinion is not properly researched, but he or she considers that insufficient data is available, then this must be stated with an indication that the opinion is no more than a provisional one. You agree with that?
That's never been asked before, because what's been asked is to give a basis on how you arrive, the information that you arrived at your opinion. You give it, then it's up to the court to assess whether that was sufficient.
Do you agree with me? Is that a yes?
Yes, if you are clear about what you relied on.
It's fine, ma'am. We have time with you. I'm gonna have time with you. Days and days. Well, I'm gonna take you to a couple of things that you've said. One is that your, let me put this to you right up front so that you and me intellectually are frank with each other. If I put the proposition to you that during your testimony today, you actually placed more emphasis on psychoanalyzing the parties involved. Am I accurate? Is that your testimony also ventures into psychoanalysis of why individuals do or act in certain way? Am I
No.
correct? You don't.
Psychoanalysis is a very specific technical term that requires specific training, which I do not have.
That's why you hear me. So when you are analyzing why someone behaves in a particular way or doesn't behave in a particular way, in what realm is that?
You have sociological analysis, you have historical analysis, you have legal analysis.
Sure.
There are a whole range of ways in which you can approach the ways in which you can approach analysis.
And when you are analyzing behavioral patterns,
You can do that you can do that from a sociological point of view.
No, but I'm saying but what else can you do it from?
Well, if I had
Am I wrong if I say it's also a psychological analysis, apart from what you've just said? Not
if you have followed the tools of psychological analysis and what meets psychological analysis, then yes, it would be. But I would not be offering you psychological analysis.
Yes. So, I mean, so if you make a psychological analysis without using the exact tools, that analysis should be discarded.
It depends on what you mean by a psychological analysis. If you mean offering a diagnosis of somebody, giving them a psychological label, that would be inappropriate. You would have to require certain tests to have been done, which I certainly did not do.
In the sociological one?
The sociological analysis would be looking at within the realm of what we know socially and within research, which would look at things like impact. Does this fit what we know?
And in many of the things you said, you mentioned the word context, right? I want to interrogate the point context for an intellectual is that, am I correct that it's an endless list of factors that one must consider? Let's call them the surrounding circumstances of a particular situation. I'm not an expert, I'm just saying, teasing this with you. Would it mean looking at different circumstances that surround a particular issue that you're analyzing?
Yes, there's a range of, as you say, context has multiple variables and considerations.
And in this, you would actually have to add, and let me just guess, you would agree with me that you would look at, let's say, culture. Is that something important?
That would certainly be part of the consideration.
And you would look, and I think you did it to some way, patterns of behavior, right? You would also look at language.
You would.
And you would also look at things that affect social relations in a given society, right? You would look at gender, as you correctly do in your summary, is that you would look at the particular relations between genders, right? You would also look at particular imposition of superior cultures over others. It means,
that you could do depending on the nature of the analysis you
yeah,
were doing.
I'm saying, for instance, and I agree with you, and I've read a lot of things you've written, and I respect what you've written. You would actually look at if you looked at male and female, let's call it stereotypical analysis, you would have to consider the fact that in a given society, males occupy a dominant position and therefore may impose, if you analyze that, and I think you did it correctly, you must take into account those unequal relations.
And I think what you, depending again on the nature of the analysis, you would look at all the other things that interact with gender to shape how people relate.
In fact, in the introduction of your paper, and correct me if I'm wrong, you take an analysis that combines three theories of sexual harassment. And I'm not saying they're exhaustive. I'm just saying, and you correct, I think you take a feminist approach to it. Am I correct? And I think you also take what you call it or they call it a biological, some people call it stereotypical, but a biological approach to sexual harassment?
No, I don't take a biological approach.
Okay, so
Just to be very clear, what I'm saying is the biological approach has functioned as an excuse.
yes, yes.
It is. I'm not saying
Yes.
biology
Sorry,
explains it.
I'm not saying you adopt it. I'm
No, I
saying
don't.
you actually talk about those responses that people have made to sexual harassment, right? But not that you personally adopt it. Do you agree with me that in your testimony, and we'll do this later, you do omit large chunks of things that are contained in what Miss Mengo, the complainant, actually said?
That's true, because to repeat her evidence would take well, it's been said, it took her 2 weeks. You don't need me to come and repeat all of it again. So what I've presented to you is a reading of it through a particular lens, which I tried to explain.
Yes, I'm trying to compare. You're right. But I'm trying to compare that. But actually, you don't have that reluctance in analyzing what the respondent says and writes. Suddenly, when it comes to the respondent, you're quite diligent in talking about what he says. And when it comes to Miss Mengo, you're quite conscious of time and length.
Only because I was asked to hurry up. I can continue and go into great detail with the complainant if you'd like me to.
Yes, I'm saying in your choice of what you cut out when you hurry up, you choose to omit the things. I'm going to take you to them, the things that she says. That choice of yours, is it an objective, independent choice, or just it happened by chance?
No, I do pull out her, in my evidence, I do pull out the examples of what she's saying in response to him and look at that.
I agree. I didn't say you omit everything she says, but you agreed with me that you omit large chunks in your desire to hurry up. You do omit large chunks of what she says, and you choose to focus on what the respondent says. Don't you agree with me? You said it's because you were hurrying up.
I'm giving her response and I'm giving his response.
No, ma'am. You've agreed that you omitted those chunks because you don't want to repeat everything she said. And all I'm saying to you is that that choice, I'm putting it to you, that choice you make of what you omit is a deliberate choice. You could have chosen the things she says, like, I want you to come to me strong. You could come out and concentrate it on where she says, I want you to continue to desire me so that when you get to me, you're strong. You omit those things.
No, I didn't. I think I did highlight that. I used that as an example of where she is accommodating him when she says, when I'm strong to stand on my feet.
Yes.
I did look at that.
No, I'm going to take you there. I'm not talking about that. We're going to get there. But you agree with me, and let's not deal with this. You omitted because you were hurrying up.
I certainly didn't repeat all the testimony or everything I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's true.
But all I'm saying to you is that in this, you choose to focus on what you think makes a case for what I think is your theory, is that the respondent acted inappropriately. That's your theory at the end, actually.
I'm asked to make an opinion, so it's not a theory.
No.
That is my opinion.
I'm saying your opinion must be based on everything that's in the record. You are not just brought here to sympathize with a complainant or a victim or a respondent. You are brought here to give us an analysis by an intellectual who does not support one side. By the way, it's not wrong to support one side, but it's important to declare it. I'm saying your choice of what you omit is based on the fact that you, Lisa Vetten, supports the complainant in sexual harassment issues. And there's nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying to you is that an intellectual is also an intellectual and an expert because they are honest enough to state their biases. That's what makes you an intellectual, is the ability to honestly not have no bias, but your function in the world is not to be unbiased, but it's to be honest and declare your bias. That's all I'm asking you.
I was asked to give an opinion on sexual harassment. If I had read this and come to the conclusion that this was a happy, egalitarian, good relationship, I would have said that. And there have been situations where that is the conclusion I've come to, that I cannot find, that there does not appear to be makings of unwanted conduct here.
Well,
So it will depend on what's in here.
Yeah, let me start with a shortcoming then.
Okay.
In your analysis, if you don't agree with me that you are biased in favor of the complainant, because that's what I sense. And as I said to you, I don't believe that is wrong. And you've written so many things, Lisa Vatin, that help women in this situation. And I think an intellectual must declare that and say, you know, if you called me, Moses Kakane, to testify about issues that affect Black people, I would tell you right up front that actually my bias is in favor of Black people. I'm not the right intellectual or the right academic or expert. And I'm asking you honestly, Lisa, as someone whose work I respect, is that do you think, given the fact that you declare here that you focused on her examination in chief and not so much on cross-examination, right? Am I recording you correctly?
Yeah.
So you do not have the totality of the conversation, of the analysis, because you focused on her testimony rather than weaknesses that may come when a person is cross-examined. Do you think, with what you declared, you are able to come up with something that is intellectually rigorous to help a process when you do not have a feel of the entire set of facts stated and critiqued? Do you think an intellectual can call themselves objective, as the principles say, if they have not read in depth both aspects of what is before the tribunal factually? Can they help?
That's why I was upfront about what I had read and what I hadn't read.
And I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm
and that is
saying,
also my expertise derives from working with complainants. That's why I do not testify on the behalf of necessarily of those accused, because I don't have expertise in that regard.
absolutely. And so you right where I want us to go. And I'm not tricking you. I'm treating you with all the respect I have, because I do have respect for you. I've read every article you've written. All I'm saying to you is that as an intellectual who comes to assist, and I respect the fact that you've always come to assist victims, most of whom are women, and that's a great job. All I'm saying to you is that that bias is unhelpful in a situation where you are called upon to look at the record, but in looking at the record, you do not look at certain aspects that would complete the picture. Now, every intellectual, every academic will tell you that what makes them a cut above the rest as intellectuals and experts is that they are not like me, Moses Kakane, or anybody sitting here. They are able to overcome, rise above their own biases so that they present objective and they read even what does not agree or is consistent with their view. Do you think, having missed to read where that examination in chief is contested, your analysis is deficient to assist the process? Your views, you are entitled to them. But your analysis is not objective if you declare that your analysis is based on reading one aspect that's untested. That's all I'm saying to you.
My analysis is predominantly focused on the WhatsApps. My analysis is predominantly focused on the WhatsApps, which is what you have and what the complainant has. You will test my version under cross-examination.
No, I agree. All I'm saying is that when you don't have the totality of the record, it has an impact on the intellectual output, which is what is required here. We actually could have called anyone if we wanted views of people who sympathize with men who harass or victims who are harassed. We could have called anybody. We could have called a journalist. We could have called anybody. We called you. You were called. And we respected that you are called. Because you are going to offer us what an intellectual should offer, why you are a cut above us. It's because you read everything, including what does not make your case. That's what makes you different from us. We read what we like, we discard what we don't. As an intellectual, your analysis is deficient if you've declared what you've declared. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's deficient, does not meet the standard called objective. Would you agree with me?
No, I wouldn't, because my primary form of analysis was based on the WhatsApps. Some of the evidence in chief I read because there was a lot of confusion around translation and what words meant. So it was to gain some clarity around that. I did have a look at that. My evidence was my brief was to look at these WhatsApps. You will test what I have to say through cross-examination, and that's where you test whether or not I am objective, do offer expertise or don't offer expertise.
Would what you say, and I think you must agree with me here, you the expert, when you read the totality of things, you must also read the version of the person you may probably not like, the so-called perpetrator. It's important for you as an intellectual to take that into account in coming to whatever opinion you come to. It's important to read everything. I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying your opinions are illegitimate. I'm saying as an intellectual process for which you are called, which is expertise, you are called upon to evaluate a wide variety of existing circumstances in a given intellectual project and come up with something not which is just your subjective view, but something supported by data that you have. And if you don't, you say so.
The primary data is the WhatsApps. That's what I focused on, which is why you won't find me commenting on the videos or any of the other evidence that was suggested. I don't know about that. I haven't read that. This I can read for myself.
Yes.
And that's,
well, that's not your fault, Ms. Vetten. If people called you to analyze only the WhatsApps, it's not your fault. All I'm saying to you, forget the lawyers who call you because they have a case to fight. You don't. All I'm saying to you, your analysis is deficient. And not because you are not intellectual. It's deficient if you are unable to deal with what you call context. But context is a wide variety of factors and circumstances present, including versions of different players in a particular event. I'm saying because you were instructed just to look at WhatsApp, some of which you omitted, but you told us why, the outcome of your analysis may not be a totality of an analysis that should be made to assist. It may just constitute a version of what you read, an analysis of individuals and their behavioral patterns, as you say. But we can't call it objective and rely on it because it doesn't take into account other aspects that should be poured into the context.
Well, to be frank, I don't have the judge president's version. I haven't heard it yet. So it is obviously hard to be able to know what he would say. If I had his statement, then that would be different, but I don't have his statement.
Well, you do. What did his answering affidavit? Did you read his answering
I
affidavit?
did not get a copy of his answering affidavit.
Right. All I'm saying to you, and please
which
hear
I was
me,
not aware existed.
Absolutely. Please hear me well. I could never attack an intellectual because you do great work. All I'm saying is that it's important for you to be given all material that is available when people want you to make an opinion. And as I tell you now and you confirm, first, because you were told to hurry up, there's something you didn't read. You declared that, right? You declared that you actually didn't have much sight into the cross-examination, right? We know now that you didn't even bother to read, or you were not given, you were not given by those who want you here. They did not give you his version that already is in the papers, right?
Mm.
With that in mind, I want to put this to you. Having not been given material sufficient for you to make an informed, objective analysis, I'm putting it to you that your analysis, because of that, is deficient for purposes, for present purposes. It would be nice if you knew his version, at least in the affidavit.
You will presumably put that to me under cross-examination,
No, I am.
and then I will agree or disagree,
I'm
and I'll
putting
tell
it
you
to,
whether or not.
I'm putting it to you that because you did not have sight of his version, at least in the affidavit, there is something missing in your analysis.
Yes, I don't have his analysis. That's correct.
Yeah. And when you look at the record, you also do not look at in depth, as you said. When the version of the complainant is tested, because the test for truth of versions of people, and I'm not even suggesting that the respondent's version in the affidavit is the and be all of this, because it should be tested. The real test that an intellectual should go to when assessing something and they're not a supporter of one side is where this version of one person is tested. That for me, and I think is the crux that intellectuals like yourself do. You read sometimes what's uncomfortable, what contradicts your views, and that's when the product is intellectually sound. Not when you avoid where ideas and versions are tested.
I don't have, as I said to you, I didn't have some of those materials.
Yes. Would you agree with me that because of that, not because of your fault, you are unhelpful? Your version is unhelpful. Your opinion is unhelpful. Not because you are not intellectual, because it lacks those aspects.
That's not my decision to make. That is the tribunal. That is the chair and the panel's
It's fine.
decision
I'm
to make.
putting it to you that because of what you've agreed, you did not look at. It makes your opinion biased, one-sided, and incomplete.
I'm going to disagree with you
It's fine.
because what I was also giving general evidence on was on sexual harassment. It's context, how it is thought about, in order to be able to provide a context within which to interpret the complainant's evidence.
I'm going to get
So,
there.
I mean, because I haven't even interviewed the complainant either, so I wouldn't know exactly
I'm
her
going to,
particular insight. So, in that sense, it should make a contribution.
I'm going to get there, Elizabeth, and I'm not suggesting that your views don't make a contribution. They do. Most papers you write do. They've helped many women be understood better because this is a serious matter that women face. All I'm saying to you is that when you lack material for you to make an informed opinion for purposes of a tribunal, it's deficient. Not that you are deficient. I'm saying the outcome is compromised intellectually.
Within the scope of within the scope of the brief, that is what I have provided evidence on. That will be up to the chair and his assessors to decide whether or not it added value.
I'm going to take you to your paper. I'm going to take you to your paper for purposes of today, because I'm going to take you tomorrow to the details of the things that I think factually you omitted, and you can tell me why. But I want to take you to your paper. And as I said it, I declared it here, that I'm unable to question your expertise because I think you are an expert and you've written enough on the subject in the country. Let's go to your part on 2, which is the method employed to arrive at your opinion. Let me just read what you say, because it's an important analysis, where you say it is widely assumed that for biological reasons, women and men's expression and experience of their sexuality is not the same. Because their sexual urges are assumed to be more potent than those of women, men have been granted the active role in sexual encounters and women a more docile and compliant role. Put differently, and this is where I'm going to emphasize because you put a footnote. Put differently, where men find attractive and pursue, women attract only passively. Well, you did agree with me, and I'm not saying you accept this, I think you're making an analysis. You did agree with me that an expert must put forth whatever they rely on to make a particular analysis. You're right? You agree with me?
Sure, you're wanting references.
No, I'm saying if you make, no, I'll go to the references. Don't worry. I know the reference you made. All I'm saying to you is that you make a reference to a paper, right? And of course, this paper, we don't know what it is, right? All we know is that it's a paper written by Graham and Papudi in 2018. Would you be so kind as to, and it makes this proposition. I'm not saying you agree with the proposition, but I'm saying in light of what we said is that you must put forth material that you rely on. Because you didn't, this paper is not before us. Would you tell us which paper is this and where does it make this point?
Bear in mind that this is a summary that was prepared within the space of under 24 hours. So it did not, I would have liked to have given you a full reference list, but there was not the opportunity to do that.
Fine.
If you can give me a moment to look at my laptop.
By all means.
It is From Reproductive Health in Sub-Saharan Africa, a paper by Lauren Graham and Memory Mpapuli. And the guy does, and you don't. They do you instead. Young people's narratives of gender and sexuality in a context, in a low-income context of South Africa.
Right. Let's go to this paper. Although we don't have it, but I tried to read what it's about. Do you agree with me that this paper was looking at the multifaceted nature of young people's responses to sexuality and masculinity, amongst other things? Do you agree with me that this paper actually was written based on interviews with 9 young people between the age of 18 and 28 from an informal settlement?
Yes.
Do you agree that this paper actually itself concludes, having interviewed Dinewo, Rasta, Mapule, all of them who are here, this paper makes the conclusion that actually the approach of young people to masculinity and femininity is diverse.
Yes, that is what they're concluding. But bear in mind, what I'm saying is what are taken as generalized truth, even though that's not people's lived reality.
Do you agree with me that this paper actually tells us that this gender identity by these young people between the age of 18 and 28, who live in particular specific economic, socio-economic conditions, even they negotiate gender identity. That's what it says.
Yes, and that I think is that's the point I perhaps didn't make sufficiently clearly for you in the paragraph, is that we live in societies that give us these broad constructed notions of this is how women are, this is how men are. But the day-to-day reality is different. This is why these are myths and stereotypes. It's
Yes.
because the idea is that men do this, women do that. They are not the reality.
Yes, all I'm saying to you is that had I not pulled out this paper and read it in small little time that I had, the tribunal in front of whom you are an intellectual would not have had access to it, would not have known these assumptions. They would not have known what Mapule actually says, what Rasta says, what Dineo says. In fact, this proposition is the opposite of the conclusion of this paper.
My opening sentence is, it is widely assumed. So assumes doesn't mean this is fact or true. It's what people think. It's what they assume.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that is the case. So I'm giving here this assumption on which society, and I gave the examples of how we distinguish between men and women's sexuality in terms of linguistic terms, as if it was different, and construct a society around that assumed difference, when the reality is much more complex. And that is a mistake. My point I'm trying to make here is that this is an assumption. It is not necessarily a reality or a truth.
All
And
I'm
you
saying
can
to
read
you,
many authors on this.
this paper does not make that assumption.
No. What this paper is an illustration, or it's trying to say this assumption is being made. Let me try and be very clear, is that in general, and this is where I was saying the origins of rape myths come from, is this idea that men chase, women sit back and wait. That is not the reality. Nonetheless, even though that is not the reality, we have built, and you can look at the example of the cautionary rule. I use the example of language. We have built a society around that as if, even though it is an assumption.
Yeah, I agree, Lisa. All I'm saying
That's what I'm trying to say, is that it creates complications when we live as if, as if it is a truth.
well, in fact, you see, that is why I'm testing you as an intellectual when you put a reference. Is that this reference to this paper doesn't justice to this paper. If you read towards the end of this paper, and I'll direct you when you have time to read at the interview by the young person called Dineo, who contradicts a number of other male respondents. She contradicts Rasta, who's unemployed, right, in that paper. So actually, the paper itself, as much as you say it's widely assumed, this paper actually is telling us, although it's not conclusive, it's telling us not to make statements like that, because the widely assumed also is an assumption on its own, that phrase, which contradicts the findings they wanted to show us. Graham and Papudi want to show us this, and I want to comment. They want to show us that even if you go to an informal settlement that they did, you interview people who live under very, very depressed socio-economic conditions, you get an array of views about gender, about sexuality, and about masculinity. You agree with me?
Yes.
In fact, Dineo in that interview, a young person who's interviewed, having being interviewed about an assumption that women are docile in these relations, actually demonstrates that even in those circumstances where males and women relate in an environment of really dire economic situations, there's an emergence of young women who are questioning those generalizations about them and reject the notion that a woman is passive. In fact, that's what she says.
Yes, and that is why I use the language of it is widely assumed. What I am trying to point to is the constructedness, the socially constructed nature of gender. This is one example of that social constructedness that is not necessarily the experience of everyday life. But the problem can be when people walk around thinking that social construction is the truth, and somebody comes along who does not behave as if the social construction is a truth, they can face difficulties and opposition. It's also, I think, widely acknowledged as part of gender theory that there is resistance. I mean, where would the feminist movement have come from if it agreed with this?
Yes.
It would not have. So I am just trying to say there is a socially constructed set of ideas about gender and sex as well, if you like. You've seen the whole movement around transgender identity, saying that even sex is a construct.
Yes.
So I am just trying to say here, there are these broad social constructions that are not actually helpful because of what they've done. So, I mean, if you take the cautionary rule, which was also based on the idea of women who were passive, and then would look askance on women who were more sexually active, that is simply my point. It's not to give a truth about society, because that is correct. It is contested. It isn't the way people live their lives every day. And those who don't live within the stereotypes can have a very difficult time. Plus, one also has to take into account the fact that, as you've alluded to, there are generational differences, there are historical differences, there are cultural differences, all manner of differences. But the fact is, when you live within a dominant system that constructs sexuality and a gender identity in a particular way, it can be difficult because it measures people against standards that might not actually accord with their lives. So what I am trying to point to is that we have lived in a society that has behaved as if it is a truth and a biological fact of nature that men are X and women are Y, even though that is a social construct. That's all I'm trying to say. And then to point to the fact that because the social construct is in place, it has legitimized a certain amount of violence. That's all my point. And that their research is in line with that. People don't live their lives as stereotypes. They lead them as complex people.
You would be surprised that I actually agree with you on some of these theories because the emphasis is on dominance and sexual violence, right? You agree with me? You also stated when you started that sexual harassment as a notion is complex. And I think that's why you're testifying. You're not testifying because you know the truth. It's because it's complex. This paper, while it deals with those things, but you will agree with me, does not deal with the complexity of sexual harassment.
No, it deals with the complexity of gender identity.
Yes.
And that's the point. Is for sexual harassment, it needs to emerge. The way we have come to understand sexual harassment depends on particular kinds of gender identities and assumptions around what goes with a gender identity. Sure. And I think we've all seen over the last couple of years, particularly I think in the relation to transgender identities, is that the fixedness of those gender identities has become contested.
Fine, Ms. Witten. The 2 points I was making to you is that as an intellectual, you agreed with me that the assumptions you make must be based on something you declare, a paper that you rely on. I'm saying I had to find out that Graham and Mpapudi have never written anything together except in 2018 for me to reach this point of reading. All I'm saying is that, yes, you say you had 24 hours. I had less time than you. All I'm saying is that as an intellectual, the assumptions you made or you point to would have been better if we had access, the tribunal had access to the specifics of this paper, because one can misunderstand what you're saying.
Sure, if I'd had the time, I would have given you a whole paper on gender theory with full references. But that tends not to be appreciated.
I'm going to just make one point and then we wrap up as we stop. One of the statements made on the 12th of May, by the evidence leader about why, and correctly, you were found late, is that you're actually an expert of the last resort because they could not find someone who is Xhosa speaking or of that culture. That's what we were told. And the question I want to ask you, because I don't dispute that, is would culture and language be relevant and significant if one has to analyze communication between two people of a particular culture and language? Would you agree that as an intellectual, that amongst factors that you would call context, culture and language are an essential component of communication between people of a particular culture and region and country and sexual orientation and education?
Yes,
Yes. And if you do not have access to the nuances of that culture and that language, your analysis may be completely mistaken.
that could certainly be possible.
Because language itself has a dual character, you would agree with me. It communicates culture, it communicates a message. It means it's based on this. Would you agree with me?
Correct.
And so if you do not have access to those cultural and linguistic nuances, you may actually miss the messaging in the conversation.
That is partly why I looked at the evidence in chief, was to see what was happening in the translation and what was being said, and why I specifically requested the WhatsApps with the translations so that I could get some insight.
And the last question, and I'm asking this really, really innocently. If it doesn't sound right, I don't mean to. Is that in the context of South Africa, an analysis of language is also riddled with an imposition of whiteness and English in interpreting vernacular, that it must make logic in English. Would you say that is not the case in our context?
I did not translate isiXhosa phrases. I could only work with what the person had put, with what the translator had said there and what the interpreter said there. I have to rely on that and defer to that.
Thank you. And I respect that. All I was saying is that the language, you and me, and I agree that language and culture are important in interpreting nuances of a conversation. You agree with me?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Chair, I would like to leave it there. I think it's exactly 3:30.
Yes,
And
for
continue
today.
tomorrow. For today, yes, yes.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Actually, I had raised my hand because I wanted to ask something before you left
I'm sorry,
the
Chair.
paper, Graham and Papuli. So you didn't see my hand. That's fine. What I wanted to know was, in that paper, does Mapule or Dineo, do they contest statement or theory that women are? I don't think I came out clearly on the record. Do they contest the statement or notion that women are passive?
Are you asking me or the expert?
No, I'm asking.
Oh, yeah.
You.
Well, I hope I'm right. She quoted this paper. I'm just a lawyer. I was reading something that's not in my turf. But my reading of the English language use is that they don't offer opinions. Mapule, Dineo, Rasta, and others are simply, let's call it for lack of a better, guinea pigs. It's one of those things where researchers walk into a poor area and interview people and emerge experts. So they don't necessarily agree. They exhibit what is a conclusion, which is you cannot make, and she is right, you cannot make a generalized conclusion about passivity, because even in these conditions of depressed communities, women themselves are beginning to negotiate power in those circumstances. And they say these assumptions themselves are inaccurate, of assuming that women by nature are just little kids who are passive, let alone in situations of the respondents here. They were even interviewing people who live in an informal settlement, who are poor, who don't work, who depend sometimes on parents and men to support them. But even there, the women who are interviewed, I'm not saying they intellectually make this point, but the women who are interviewed, the young women, they give a diversity of views, but there is an emergence of what the authors call the fluidity and the sort of permanently negotiated view of gender and sexuality, even in those communities. They say it's contested and fluid, and the assumptions are not right. Thank you, Chair.
That is the clarity that, or the information I wanted to get. Thank you very much. And then we will adjourn now, and then we will start at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn now. You are not excused, Ms. Vettel. Please be here tomorrow. Anytime, but not later than 9:30. We adjourn now.